Once you push it, if you see red,
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is June 6th, 6:04 p.m. And Ted Green, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you very much. Would you all please stand if you're able and say along with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Can we please have a report of closed session agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public here to speak on the posted agenda. The Council discussed the item of business on the posted agenda, which was conference with labor negotiators related to West Hollywood municipal employees and the Association of Confidential Employees, and took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And we now have the approval of the agenda. I have some items I'd like to throw out there to see if we can move to consent. But first, does staff have any changes?
No, Mayor, staff has no changes.
Okay, thank you. So let's see if we can move some of these items to consent. 4A, Plummer Park Pilot Off-Leash Area. Shaking heads?
I just have a comment, but I could do it during my council member comments.
Great. Item 4E, hosting Ciclavia. Am I seeing? Okay. Just shout out no if you don't want. Item 5B, resolution to approve purchase of real property, Holloway Motel. Okay. I have some comments, but I think we're good on that. Item 5C, the resolution regarding the administration of the general municipal election. Okay. Item 5E, firearm liability insurance ordinance. Seeing any? Okay. Item 5F, updates to the code of conduct. Good. Okay. Item 6A, extending the deadline for cannabis businesses. I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. This is wonderful. Item 6B, administrative penalties related to the RSO. Okay. That's what I had. Anybody else? Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you, Mayor. We also try item 5D, the Affordable Housing Resident Survey and Affordable Housing Inclusionary Unit Survey?
That would be super.
Okie dokie. And then I usually put a lot of these on there. I think that is everything that I have.
What about item 5A regarding the Playhouse? I guess we're supposed to make some comments, but
5A, we have to give direction. Anybody else?
I'm wondering if we could move 4D to consent and just do our appointments during our council member comments.
Oh, can we do that, Melissa?
Yeah, we've done it before, so that's fine. The only one that we would probably have to table would be the at-large appointment.
And I'm not ready for that.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, me neither. So that's 4D as a dog? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Anything else? Councilmember Horvath? Did you have any? Okay.
is there a reason why we didn't find out about 4B and 4C? People want to those to consent. 4B is the commercial residential vacancy tax measure.
I have some questions on that.
And
Yeah.
4C is the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board, purview, makeup, and
That's
name.
a lot of direction is needed on that one, I think. Anything else? Just quickly looking. Okay, so we have moving to consent, 4A, which is Plummer Park, pilot, off-leash area, 4E, the host Ciclavia, 4D, which is appointments, which we will do at our comments. 4E, right, I had that, 4D, appointments, 4E, host Ciclavia, 5B, resolution to approve purchase of real property, 5C, resolution regarding administration of general municipal election, 5E, firearm liability insurance ordinance, 5F, updates to code of conduct, 6A, extending deadline for cannabis businesses, 5D, the survey, affordable housing survey and audit, 6A, the deadline for cannabis businesses, 6B, administrative penalties related to RSO. Is that all of it?
Mayor, I'd also like to ask, sorry, I forgot to mention this, if we could pull item 2K for discussion, and if my colleagues would consider tabling 2O, which is direction on our lobbying and advocacy services for it to be, for these candidates to be evaluated according to the rubric that we developed for banking. I think we should have an awareness of what other interests they're lobbying for, and if they fall under some of the interests that we've identified that we didn't want in banking, that we might want to evaluate that for our lobbying services also.
Okay, do we have any other thoughts on that?
That's fine with me.
So what we'll do is then ask staff to bring back 2O with additional information.
Yeah, just outlining we may still choose them, but I think we should have an eyes open awareness of what other interests they're lobbying for, fossil fuels, prisons, weapons, all the things that we talked about in banking. And I think there were concerns for that reason, and we should just have eyes wide open on that.
Okay, and then 2K is the block by block. You want that to be pulled from consent, so for discussion?
Yes, or I can try to address it in my council member comments, and then if we need to pull it, but just,
Okay, so we'll leave 2K for now.
thanks.
I have one more to see if it's possible to move 4F, which is the resolution of the City Council declaring that enforcement of certain minor low-level traffic offenses are a low priority for the city. If we can move that to consent.
Okay, I have comments, but I can say them at consent.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we added 4F, which is the low priority, and we're tabling 2O, which is about lobbying. The lobbyists, I mean.
Is it appropriate then, in between that time, I know we were going to try to meet with some of those individuals that we were selecting. Should we hold off on that then until selection?
I think it's fine to meet with them if you would like. I just would like us to, unless that impacts the process in some way, but I do think that we should know. I looked on their website. One of them disclosed a good amount of their clients, and the other one did not, or at least it wasn't easy for me to find. And I'd like us to know that before we develop an agreement.
I think we should hold off on meeting with them then until we probably have, unless we get that information prior to meeting with them, so we could address it personally, maybe.
I think it should be up to each of us
Yeah, all of us.
individually.
Yeah. That's fine.
If that's okay. All right. So it looks like we have an agenda. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. You can use your.
I
Yes.
don't, it won't, it's not.
It's not moving?
No.
Technical difficulties.
I can.
Okay. Well, we have.
I could do a voice vote, Mayor. Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. So we now have an agenda. That's great. Do we have adjournments today?
Yes.
Who would like to begin? Mayor
I'd
Pro
like to
Tem?
begin. Thank you. Okay. I would like to adjourn in my uncle's memory, who was like a second dad to me. His name was Khosrow John Mazaheri. His birthday was April 22nd, 1937. He was born in Tehran, Iran, and went to high school there. And in 1954, at the age of 18, he came to the U.S., and it wasn't an easy feat. His mom was a support and force behind him coming to the U.S. She sold her jewelry for $500 and sent him to the U.S. with the money and said, "God bless you, take this and go make me proud." He left his parents and his sister and two brothers, took the bus from Tehran to Turkey, crossed the Bosphorus on a boat, and then took the train, which was called Middle East Express, to Greece, then to Yugoslavia, then to Austria, to Germany, to Paris, and then on a boat with Italia came to the US. It took 11 days and 12 nights to get to New York. He then took a Greyhound bus to Sacramento. He came to California and lived with Mr. and Mrs. Edwards with only $100 left in his pocket. He lived in their big house and the apartment in the backyard, helped with their dog and the yard, and he worked for them for $30 a month. He worked the entire time in school and paid for his education. He was a truly self-made person. He received a bachelor and master's in mechanical engineering at Sacramento State and a professional degree from UCLA. His first job was at Lockheed Martin. It turns out he actually worked on the design for the Apollo Lunar 6. He married my aunt, my mom's sister, Ashi, in June of 1968. They had my cousin Linda in 1970. They ended up going back to Iran, and he was employed at a critical position at Abadan Refinery, which is oil refinery, and is the largest refinery in the world at the time. Given his passion, his hard work, and his talent, he eventually became the second in command in the refinery. Ashi and Khosrow, also known as John, had a great life in Abadan. They were a model couple and made lifelong friends there. After the revolution, which almost took my uncle's life, they moved to Tehran for a short time before moving back to the US and starting back from zero in 1984. After all these years, and given his extraordinary talent, Lockheed gave him a job immediately and also helped with getting residency, US residency for my aunt Ashi. He continued his career here and built back their life until he retired in 2000. Khosrow's love of life, beside Ashi, Linda, and Kurosh, were his grandkids, Victoria, Nikki, and Saman. He left us on May 19th, 2022, and he leaves behind his wife Ashi, his daughter Linda, her husband Kurosh, and his grandkids, Victoria, Nikki, and Saman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Lucille Zabuta, a West Hollywood resident and neighbor who was born February 29th, 1924, and died at the age of 98. And we extend our condolences to Lucille's family and friends. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Gavin Gorgon. Gavin was on the board of directors for the LGBTQIA+ Community Center of Southern Nevada, known as the Center. He was a generous and kind individual who made a lasting impact on the center and the community. He's also someone I went to high school with and passed away due to complications from COVID. He was 2 years younger than me, and was one of the first people in my life who came out to me, who came out for the first time for himself, and helped me understand the importance of coming out and having those conversations and having friends in your life that are safe to share those details with. And I really miss him. So thank you for allowing me that adjournment. I would also like to adjourn in memory of the 4 people who were killed, including 2 doctors and 2 others at the Tulsa Medical Center in Oklahoma. The shooter blamed one of the physicians for causing him pain from a recent back surgery. The victims were Dr. Preston Phillips, age 59, Dr. Stephanie Hewson, age 48, Amanda Dawn Glenn, age 40, and William Lev, age 73. And of course, we all know on May 24th, 2020, 2 teachers and 19 students were killed at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This is the second deadliest school shooting in U.S. history. An additional 17 people were injured. To honor the lives of the students and teachers lost, I've asked my colleagues to help me read their names as we adjourn this meeting in their memory. Jackie Cazares, age 9. Jose Flores, age 10. Ileana Ellie Garcia, age 9. Uzi Garcia, age 10. Anne-Marie Jo Garza, age 10.
Xavier Lopez, age 10. Tess Marie Mata, age 10. Miranda Gail Mathis, 11. Annabelle Rodriguez, 10.
Métis Juliana Rodriguez, 10. Alexandria Lexi Ania Rubio, age 10. Leila Salazar, age 10. Helia Silguero, age 10.
Ileana Torres, age 10. Rogelio Torres, age 10. Neva Alyssa Bravo, age 10. And McKenna Lee Elrod, also age 10.
Jace Carmelo Luanos, age 10. Alethea Haven Ramirez, age 10. Ava Morales, age 44. And Irma Garcia, age 48.
That concludes my adjournments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have an adjournment? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Horvath, for doing that previous one. I wanted to adjourn in memory of Michael Morissette, who was a managing partner at the Strand House, who died of complications related to COVID-19. He was a dear friend of Genevieve Morrill, who is the head of our Chamber of Commerce and is attending services tonight, and out of respect wanted to adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn tonight in memory of Ida Godges, mother of longtime resident Mary Jo Godges. Ida passed away on May 26th. Ida and her husband Joseph raised 6 children in Redondo Beach. Ida taught them that the most important thing in life is to enjoy our time together. Mary Jo said her mom was a ball of energy. She'd often make a big pan of her famous lasagna, hightail it to West Hollywood, run it into the house, and jump right back in her car, headed to the 405. MJ lost her dad 6 years ago. She's thankful her parents and her partner, now wife, hit it off instantly from the first time they met many years ago. Renee still remembers how they brought out the good peanuts for her. Ida's charismatic personality shone through to the end. Among family and friends, a common saying was, everybody loves Ida. Thank you. Are there any other adjournments? Okay. We will adjourn in all of these people's memories. We're going to move on now to presentations, and I believe there is a presentation. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe our recipient of this presentation is joining us by Zoom. So if we could make sure that Jessica is able to join us, I will begin sharing that we are recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Day. National Gun Violence Awareness Day is an annual event recognizing the more than 100,000 people killed or wounded by gunfire in this country each year to promote gun violence and gun violence awareness and gun safety, highlight typical increases in gun violence in summer months, and bring people together in their communities to discuss ways to make them safer. The event, which normally falls on the first Friday of June, kicks off the Wear Orange campaign, which aims to raise awareness about the movement to end gun violence. According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there were more than 45,000 firearm-related deaths in 2020, and firearm-related injuries were among the top 5 leading causes of death for people ages 1 to 44. Moms Demand Action, a grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures to curb gun violence, is a national organization that has remained committed to educating people on gun safety and responsible gun ownership. Moms Demand Action has established a volunteer chapter in every state of the country and is part of the Everytown for Gun Safety, the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with more than 8 million supporters. And we have this proclamation to present to you today. Your work, unfortunately, has become more important than ever in light of recent news and in light of what continues to happen when legislative action is not taken and measures are not being taken. I know we have one on our agenda today, which I'm grateful to hear my colleagues are supporting. But this City Council of West Hollywood recognizes National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of West Hollywood. We express our support and appreciation for the work that Moms Demand Action is doing to bring awareness about the movement to end gun violence. We thank you for the work that you do each and every day to raise awareness, but most importantly, to help keep us safe. And we thank you for stepping up and answering this call when so many of our legislators in Washington, D.C. are not doing that. We see what you are doing, and we thank you for that. And we have a proclamation that we will share with you. But Jessica, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. That was so moving, and the reading of the names of the children from Robb Elementary, as well as the victims in Tulsa, was incredibly moving, and thank you for doing that. My name is Jessica Blitchak, and I am a volunteer leader for the California chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. On behalf of Every Time for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action, I want to thank West Hollywood City Council for this honor and for their leadership on gun safety. Every day, more than 110 people are killed in this country with guns, and more than 200 are shot and wounded. We wear orange to call for an end to gun violence in all of its forms, including domestic violence, suicide, and city gun violence. We cannot look away from the tragedies that recently happened in Buffalo, Uvalde, San Bernardino, and communities across the country. Our country is experiencing a gun violence crisis, and we are bearing the burden of it every day. Again, I want to thank the West Hollywood City Council for their leadership on gun safety and for not looking away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe LaToya Peoples is also on Zoom for this next presentation. Is LaToya on? Wonderful. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Hi. So, on behalf of the City of West Hollywood, LaToya, we would like to present this proclamation to you. LaToya Peoples is a BIPOC, queer, multidisciplinary artist, educator, and entrepreneur specializing in the realms of visual art, public community arts, and design. And guided by youth and community engagement, her work focuses on figuration, natural elements, color, and patterns as a way of exploring identity and history, and uses these themes to create transformative mural and sculptural installation work. And her commissioned works are housed in the collections of University Maryland Medical Center, Denver Urban Arts and Venues, Baltimore Office of Promotion and Arts, and Baltimore Department of Parks and Recreation. As part of the City of West Hollywood's WeHo Pride LGBTQ Arts Festival, People's Mural, Our Pride, is on display at West Hollywood City Hall. The mural features 4 hands to symbolize aspects of the LGBTQ equality and activism. The first hand is in a rising fist shape, symbolizing the fight against oppression throughout history. The second is a painter's hand, symbolizing LGBTQ creativity and openness as a community. The third hand, holding a sunflower, is a symbol for self-love and quest for light. And the last hand is in a classic peace sign. The background color is a bright sky, symbolic of the progress we have made and have yet to make. And each hand is painted realistically, representing diverse people. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes LaToya D. Peoples for Our Pride and thanks her for sharing her art, creativity, and work with the entire West Hollywood community for the inaugural WeHo Pride LGBTQ Arts Festival mural. Your mural is stunning and beautiful, and we've gotten such incredible feedback, and we really honor you and thank you for this incredible art. And I'm going to give it over to you to say any comments you'd like, LaToya.
Okay, thank you so much for this honor and opportunity to come and share my work and my passion with the City of West Hollywood. I live in Baltimore, so I'm really hoping to get back soon and experience it some more. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move now to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot act on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that cannot be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony, which are the threes, 3A, B, C, will only be taken at the time of the hearing. And if you feel comfortable, please give us your name and city of residence. And we will begin with our phone, if we have any people on the phone. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on Zoom this evening is Andres Kwan. Andres, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment. Go ahead,
I'm
Andres.
Andres Kwan, lawyer with the ACLU. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Andres Kwan. I'm a lawyer with the ACLU SoCal. Pride was and still is protest. Instead, West Hollywood yesterday made Pride into a parade for the sheriff, that is, Alex Villanueva, the Trump of Los Angeles, and for his department. But haven't you heard? Haven't you heard about Villanueva's Trumpian 4 years as sheriff? For example, his rehiring of a fire deputy who beat and stalked his victim and then lied about it, his violations of the law and obstruction of oversight, his misuse of county funds to pursue his personal political agenda, his secret police unit's investigations to intimidate and harass oversight officials, the unchecked scourge of deputy gangs he has actively enabled, and the dramatic increase in deputy shootings and record level deaths in the jails under his watch. Actually, I'm quite confident that you have heard and do know all about this. So why? Why did you choose to give in what amounts to free political advertising for the primary? Parading around as part of your Pride parade, performing allyship when his really stood for everything that is opposite to what Pride should mean. In fact, LAC's gross display of force yesterday shows how enmeshed the police has become with the active whitewashing and commodifying of what should be a celebration of LGBTQ struggle. And so we stand proudly with the WeHo Social Justice Coalition's bold protest of LAC at your parade yesterday. Now, against this backdrop, how can you tell me that you're now planning to increase LAC's budget, including $500,000 just for Pride? And this, despite the fact that the Public Safety Commission wisely recommended that the council direct $3.2 million out of the LAC contract into community-based solutions. Let's be real. The Sheriff's Department is openly bamboozling you, the city, and other contract cities such as Compton. We can all see it, and I bet you see it too. So please stand up to the Trump of LA and to LAC, which is what we must do with bullies. Do the right thing. Invest in care, not cops.
Thank you, Andres. Our next speaker this evening is Romal Pascual. Romal, please press *6 to unmute yourself. I see that you've unmuted yourself. I'll pin you.
Yes,
he is speaking on behalf of Ciclavia.
Thank you. My name is Romal Pascual. I'm the executive director of Ciclavia, and thank you for putting Ciclavia on consent. And one of the things that we've learned over the 11 years and 38 events and 250 miles of streets that are open to the public is how joyful they are. And certainly in this time that we are emerging from and changing, there's no better gathering of individuals from all walks of life to share an experience that is equal across the board. And thank you so much for having me speak tonight. And we were in West Hollywood back in 2019, pre-pandemic, from the folks who remember, and how joyful and magical an experience that was. And we are very excited to do that even better. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Rommel. Our next speaker this evening is Michael Vojkolevich. Michael, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening, council and public. The name is Michael Vojkolevich. At minimum, there are 2 mentions from last city council deserving added attention. First, under adjournments, was member Horvath's rightful description of LGBTQ activist, attorney, and author Urvashi Bey, who recently passed at young age of 63. As Lindsay highlighted, Urvashi was someone not afraid to speak radical truth to power. Second, under presentation, member D'Amico's praise and poignant suggestion to an even younger, openly gay Florida high school teen. Described as having shown fearlessness, causing Mr. D'Amico to feel actual chills. John's suggestion to the team, go out and invent the world you want to live in. Although an age difference of 45 years, Ravashi and Xander obviously shared commonality centered upon basic human kindness along with pursuits for equality, equity, and social justice, especially relating to race and sexuality. Despite D'Amico's claim West Hollywood was founded by fearless people who found government unwilling to see them, this city's government still chooses to diminish both visibility and voices of residents outside courted special interest circles that enable election success and retention of power. Furthermore, there continue city staff who still try to prevent some city residents their right to give requested comment at public meetings. Others reduce accurate meeting minutes reflecting the comment given as simply having spoke regarding various issues in the city. Those within council-centric interests afforded more truthful synopsis. Worse, if neither porn star or within targeted special interest, but speaking truth to power, advocating on issues of equality and equity, one is found publicly dismissed as having a problem. And while Mr. D'Amico did apologize privately for the past comment during a council session, the apology was for having made the comment and not for why he made such an inappropriate remark. There is a difference. The latter requires reflection time. And perhaps that is my problem. Mayor, respectfully, 20 minutes, maybe 20 seconds.
I'm sorry, you can speak again at the end of second public comment period if you'd like,
Okay.
Michael.
Due to limitations of physical health, I need to leave this meeting at this point, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Shiyu Udagawa. Please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening. My name is Xiao. You pronounced my name almost correct. That's okay. I'd like to comment on 5B regarding Holloway Hotel purchase for the potential of temporary housing for unhoused people experiencing homelessness. I would like to fully support that as a West Hollywood resident, and I live near the Sunset and Holloway, and I see the neighbor that we need housing. People cannot just sit and sleep and stay on the street. Whoever wants to be housed, they should have an option, and this is a great way to provide housing, any housing, whether temporary or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening in Zoom is Alana Blair. Alana, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes. Okay, our next speaker this evening is Daniel Reif. Daniel, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Daniel Rice with the West Hollywood Social Justice Coalition. Tonight, Council is speaking on gun violence and the threat and plague of gun violence in America. Well, gun violence isn't isolated to only lone wolf shooters with access to AR-15s. It's also harbored by a culture of state violence, which has historically dehumanized marginalized communities, including queer communities. Over the next month, Council has another crucial, great opportunity to end state violence. And on behalf of some of my cohorts, we do have some demands going into the budget season that we will be continuing. Please, A, phase out the LASD contract, starting with reallocating 20% immediately to social services. All new revenue, B, all new revenue that city earns should go to permanent supportive housing. C, stop the expansion of the block-by-block program as an anti-homeless patrol force. D, stop further investment in surveillance systems. E, stop charging for public services the public has already paid for these via tax, and the revenue that charges bring in is negligible. Paywalls for recreation or public transit. only serve to exclude and further police support. And finally, and I'll be done, stop all investment in economic development. The global scientific consensus is that continuous development can no longer be sustained. Please follow science and not profit. Gentrification is displacing our residents, and increased policing is making us less safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 more people in Zoom, and then how many do you have? And 9 all on consent calendar items. Should I keep going with Zoom and then we'll switch to in-person?
And I think, given that we've moved so many items to consent, I'd like to hear everyone this evening. Good.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Preston Locklear. Preston, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, my name is Preston Locklear, and I am a frequent visitor of West Hollywood. The city-sponsored Pride this weekend has highlighted the social and economic disparities within the city and how public dollars are being misallocated. As you consider the next 2-year budget with millions in new funding, I ask that you invest in community care and stop all plans that further state violence. I personally witnessed cops physically assaulting Black trans women at the Pride Parade when they got hundreds of thousands of dollars in funding to quote unquote protect and service us, and the only thing that I saw was rainbow wrapped cop cars, which does nothing for our communities, which creates more violence and more harm in our communities. And it's deplorable that the city is not only endorsing this, but continuing to funding this, directly funding violence against the people that the Pride and Parade is supposed to be centering. Pride was created by Black trans women, and they should be uplifted and centered right now. This should not be about corporations making money. This should not be about charging people admission tickets to go to an event for the weekend, meanwhile kicking out Black, trans, houseless individuals that live in the park, that you're now kicking them out of their homes so that you can make money off of concerts and further use Black and brown entertainers to profit off of. I'm demanding community care, period. We need your help. We need your services. We need spaces where we can gather and not feel threatened. We need spaces that welcome BIPOC folks.
Thank you, Preston. Our final speaker in Zoom this evening is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jordan David, calling from occupied Tongva land. I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. I'll never forget my very first Pride. I'm from a very small town outside Seattle that had one gay dive bar and no other queer spaces. When I was around 16, my small town had their first Pride. I went to go stay at my grandmother's house because she lived nearby the event. And to her surprise, the night before, I asked her to help me iron on the word faggot onto my t-shirt to wear for the next day. Later on, I started going to the big city in Seattle for their big Pride event. And I just remember feeling this sense of community and belonging that I never knew was possible. Going to any of these events I'm talking about required me to just come up with enough money for the bus and to throw down on a bottle with my friends. We played in the park, in the fountain, and just had a great time. It was a time of community and a time of protest. This weekend, West Hollywood walled off their main event in its first Pride with a paywall. Every part of the event seemed to be headlined by police. This exclusion of folks looking to find that sense of belonging And filling the event with deputy gangs was unacceptable and goes against everything that Pride was about and started with, a riot against police and capitalism. Tonight I ask that you right this wrong and honor the memory of the Stonewall. Stop all investment in state violence and invest in the housing and care that our community deserves. Thank you.
Mayor, we have 2 additional individuals who wish to provide public comment in Zoom. The first one is Caleb. Caleb, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Caleb. Thank you so much. I'm a member of the queer community, and I resonate so much with a lot of the other callers who are calling in. It really is maddening to see yet another attempt for an increase in the sheriff's budget when it's already so overinflated. We're currently spending 4 times more on policing than we are on social services. West Hollywood purports to be a safe haven for queer people, a place really just beyond survival for the most marginalized. Proper mental health care, social services, affordable housing, programming, support for seniors, the list goes on and on, ought to be something that's prioritized in a city like this. And unfortunately, most of us have never seen a West Hollywood like this. It's become over-policed, it's become increasingly gentrified by cis hetero people looking to capitalize off of our queerness and our bodies. It's awash with luxury development and boutique hotels, while affordable housing and housing for seniors is barely happening. When a city has been sold out for tourism and gentrification and profit, broadly speaking, then we find ourselves with grabs for more police funding and subsequently a decrease in funds for the people themselves and the resources that we need. As queer people, we deserve care over carceral systems. We deserve to honor the history of who we are, the riots that demanded our existence be validated and respected, riots that fought against police who were locking us up and killing us. So it's sick, frankly, disgusting and traumatizing to subject us to their presence at Pride, or really in general. We deserve a Pride without cops and sheriffs. We deserve a WeHo that is inclusive and safe. And we really will accomplish this by actually investing in the people and the community and listening to the folks who are telling you what we need. We deserve no increases to the LASD budget. In fact, we shouldn't have it at all. And we deserve a decision by this council to please fund care and services and listen to the people calling in. Thank you.
The last individual signed up to speak in Zoom is Zakia Wright. Zakia, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
All right, thank you so much, Melissa. Hi, this is Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood. I'm calling to speak on item 2L, the budget item. I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the council and city manager, hoping to have this resolved before you're actually voting on this. There's such a need for transparency with this budget. I've been trying to access it the entire day, and it didn't come online until 5 minutes before this meeting started. And then even once I could access it, there are no line items to specifically spell out what the funds are going to. And so I've been having to sort of cobble together subcommittee meeting reports, staff reports to try to figure out where exactly all the funds are going to. And even the reports, prepared by staff, highlight only certain items, right? There are only certain line item descriptions that talk about it, but there's no full transparent document that says where all the dollars are going for. And I think that has to happen in order for the community to fully trust that all of the money that's going into the city is going towards the things that we need. And an example is on page 3 of the May 19th subcommittee report, where it breaks down increase to the sheriff's contract. However, there's no way to trace out what the increases are. The language is very confusing. As an attorney, it's really hard for me to see language that's confusing and not be able to find something to really figure out what's happening here. And so I was also disappointed to see that the CARES program, although there's a discussion about it in this report, there's no line item for it, and there's sort of this as-needed funding mechanism for it. But if we're seriously going to pursue this, I think there has to be a timeline of completion for this, and we have to know when this is going to come online, how many folks are going to be hired, and where is the $1.5 million going, and is that enough for this particular item? We don't have answers to any of these, and I would love to see this CARES program on the budget, so that way we know we are fully committed to doing this, and that it's not and that it's not going to be pushed off. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakia. That's our final speaker in Zoom. And I will also email Zakia and let her know where she can locate the budget as well as the City Council Finance and Budget Subcommittee meeting that will speak to some of her questions.
Thank you. And just to make sure it's clear to the public, the item that's on our consent calendar is to let people know that the budget is available, but we are not having a discussion about it until our June 27th meeting. Okay, we'll move on to in-person public comment. Nika Sun Cheong. You'll have 2 minutes, followed by Ambrose Brooks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nika Sun Cheong, and there's no correlation between the rising costs of law enforcement and crime reduction. Where does this data come from? The LA County Sheriff's Department. Each deputy costs $385,000 a year. Cost that last year. Last year, when the sheriff demanded that more needed to be done to recover stolen cell phones at clubs. How many of the 249 cell phones did they recover? 2. So is it fiscally responsible to invest 20% of the city's budget in this department again after all of the controversy it has caused? The sheriff was allocated $550,000 for Pride and will be allocated an additional $290,000 this year to adjust for cost of living increases. So let's be part of building a future together where we're accountable to one another. While the sheriff calls a $3.6 billion budget a woke budget, let's remember that reducing the contract does not imply that there will be fewer deputies in WeHo. 1 deputy even could fund 3 mental health or social service workers, or 11 block-by-block unarmed security ambassadors. 1 deputy could buy every victim and survivor of cell phone pickpocketing last year a new iPhone 13 with a remainder of 106 iPhones to keep in City Hall in case it happens again this year. And so what if the contract was 17.2, not $20.4 million? I can't speak for others, but I know that I would feel safer if those in power weren't bullying constituents away from common sense budgets determined by data and driven by historically informed understandings of what works, what doesn't, and why. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nika. Ambrose Brooks, to be followed by Kevin Burton.
Hi, good evening. Ambrose Brooks, Justice LA Coalition Coordinator. West Hollywood is voting on the budget this month, a bit ironic as it's Pride Month and the city is poised to spend $20 million on a contract with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. You know LASD disproportionately surveils and incarcerates members of the LGBTQ+ community. You're paying them to continue this behavior. Also, how dare you invite the transphobic misogynist Alex Villanueva to your parade yesterday? That is shameful. The city is about to spend nearly $400,000 for 1 single deputy. The cost is unjustifiable. I also want to address a myth being perpetuated by the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department says that if WeHo reduces its contract amount, there will be a reduction in deputies. In fact, this is entirely up to the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department has discretion over its budget and how many officers are stationed in contract cities. They can shift things around to ensure there is no reduction in deputies. Surely they can, as their annual budget is $3.6 billion a year. LASD presence does not increase public safety. We've heard that, we've heard the data. We've said time and time again that investment in social services does increase public safety. They can't even find stolen cell phones, let alone provide the care needed to bring someone out of the cycle of houselessness. Why is the council ignoring the Public Safety Commission's recommendations regarding the $3.2 million reallocation? The 2022-2023 budget proposed 4 times more to the Sheriff's Department than it does to social services. How is this an investment in community? Well, it may not seem like it by physical presence at the City Council. Well, tonight maybe is showing differently. In fact, the community is committed to fighting for this reallocation. Over 100 people have already signed a petition that went online less than 24 hours ago. There is a stack of over 100 letters in support of this budget shift. It's time to do the right thing. Set an example for the other contract cities who are also being defrauded by the Sheriff's Department. Google LASD gangs, do it, and look where your money is going. Thank you.
Kevin Burton, to be followed by Chelsea Byers.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kevin Burton, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm here to speak tonight on item 4E, a Ciclavia Open Streets event coming back to West Hollywood, and I thank the Council and especially Councilmember Horvath for bringing this item forward. I know there was a discussion of this a year ago, and there was a little hiccup on the way, but I'm especially pleased to see that West Hollywood is working with the City of Los Angeles to bring the Meet the Hollywoods Open Streets event back to our two cities with a route that goes through Hollywood and West Hollywood. The last event in 2019 was one of Ciclavia's most popular ever, attended by tens of thousands of bicyclists, skaters, walkers, and runners. And I'm fully confident that that will be repeated again a couple months from now, in less than 2 months. And I would encourage all the residents of West Hollywood to join the event, whether you're on a bike or on foot in running shoes or on skates, and especially the businesses. Think about this, because I spoke with many businesses after the last event who did a roaring business that day. Different sort of clientele, and businesses should take advantage of the waiving of fees to be able to have events out on the sidewalk to interact with all of the participants. And I hope to see all of you on the days, including staff participating in the event in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Chelsea Byers, to be followed by Bennett Batten.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for the time, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine. I just wanted to speak on item 5B tonight, the Holloway Motel. I wholeheartedly support the purchase of the Holloway Motel site as a necessary resource in our city for our work towards addressing the needs of people who are unhoused. In my work with United Way's Every Winning campaign, I worked with communities all across West Los Angeles to support opportunities to create the necessary supportive and transitional housing required to lift people out of poverty through pathways to long-term stable housing. These opportunities are unfortunately too hard to come by because of funding, because of community pushback, because of land use limitations, because of lack of political will. And what we have before us as a community and the potential with Holloway Motel is tremendous. We cannot be blind to the many barriers that exist and have prevented our unhoused community members from getting the help they need. This project will help us begin to overcome more of these acute barriers in our own backyard. Not only will this resource provide beds, expanding the total number of beds available to West Hollywood homeless neighbors, but those beds will be located in our city, which is just absolutely transformational. And it will provide a space essential for services like storage, supportive service offices, and meeting room space for peer support. We know housing is foundational to anyone's ability to recover and heal from whatever hardship they're experiencing. So thank you to the city staff who's been long working on this, and to all of you for hopefully supporting this item tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chelsea. Bennett Batten, followed by David Nash.
Hi there, everyone. I'm here to share some information that is important to your constituents. It has to deal with the increasing water crisis, climate change, and record inflation, and being able to keep the city's parks and landscaping in good health for everyone. Fertilizer, poop. Now, before you write me off as just a salesperson, understand no one becomes a poop salesman for the riches. There are plenty of cush tech sales jobs for that. I'm here because I care. It's my goal to find simple solutions from nature that we can utilize to make our society healthy, more sustainable, and selfishly protect the planet. Business Insider has quoted that fertilizer prices have gone up 260% since pre-pandemic levels from higher energy costs and export licensing mandates exposed on Russia and China. It's pretty stinky. Our active fertilizer that I'm in contract with is domestically produced with 100% organic waste. So what does that mean? No international affairs affect production, and by using it, it fulfills California's SB 1383 regulation on organic waste recycling. Now, for drought, as your constituents are asked to change their behaviors to conserve water, it's important that they see their local governments doing their part. You could just stop watering the parks, let the grass die, but then you have to buy new turf. By using organic soil that heals the microbes. I was checking my time. It increases the soil's sponginess and its ability to retain soil. Soil in good health can get rid of 15% of the water that's needed and have identical results. It also depletes the soil's salt levels, so that means you can use reclaimed or recycled water that has high salt content and not burn your grass. And to finish off, carbon emissions. The production of synthetic oil-based fertilizer is destructive to the planet with a high carbon footprint, lots of mining. Upcycle active fertilizer is as close to carbon neutral as you can be. In fact, every bag of upcycle that takes the place of synthetic takes away 11 pounds of carbon emissions. Times that by a few acres and you start to make a big impact.
Thank you, Bennett.
Thanks.
David Nash, to be followed by Michael Hemis Garcia.
David Nash, 23-year West Hollywood resident. There is an election tomorrow, and I believe Lindsay Horvath is running for a seat on the Board of Supervisors. I encourage people to vote, and even though I'm crying that Lindsay is going away, I support her effort, and I hope she wins the election, and please, people, vote. I myself am not sure where we're supposed to vote with the park facility closed. The next subject I'd like to touch on is gay pride. I moved down here from San Francisco where they pull off a bigger event every year that's absolutely free. I'm not a fan of our gay pride. As a matter of fact, it might be, I would just say, in my opinion, it sucks. I would like to see gay pride run from La Cienega to Doheny as a street party, like Halloween, with no admission cost. Also, regarding the elections in the fall for City Council, I want to say I wholeheartedly support the re-election of Mayor Meister. And next on my list of people that I hope make it is Robert Oliver. He's become a friend. He delivers food to my building. He's a volunteer. He's a smart, dedicated young man. I hope he gets a chance to serve on the council. And I suggest everyone running take a page from Mayor Meister's playbook. Be persistent. Persistent. If at first you lose, run again. Mayor Meister was a friend long before she was a council member, and that interest and activity in the city pays off. I wish everyone good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Michael? Tell me if I'm, Hames Garcia? No, Hames Garcia? So-
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. My name is Michael Hames Garcia, and as a person of Tongva Gabrielino descent, I welcome you to the occupied land of my ancestors. I've spent the last 24 years as a university professor in New York, Oregon, and Texas, researching many aspects of the U.S. criminal justice system. I have served as a police commissioner and as a civilian review board member. I was also the recipient of a Lambda Literary Award in 2011, but that was for different work. I am here this evening to urge you to follow the recommendations of your own Public Safety Commission to direct $32 million away from sheriff services to social services not provided by armed law enforcement. As many have already commented this evening and at earlier meetings, cities like this need more resources to meet basic needs: shelter, food, healthcare, etc. They need those resources allocated from scarce resources. I've totally butchered that. And cities like this need more resources to meet basic needs, allocating scarce resources to law enforcement is a short-sighted response. That was a really hard time with that last sentence, but I trust that you understood the gist of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Richard Noble, followed by Steve Morton.
And
That's a rainbow flag by Gilbert Baker. I got that as a gift. I'm Richard Noble, and I'm visiting, and quite a processing trauma back there. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I haven't spoken at this meeting in quite a long time. I think you were being elected many years ago at a party with you and John Heilman. But I wanted to just sort of bring up the rainbow crosswalks. On Friday, it'll be my 10th anniversary of having walked, and I get to toot my horn being the first gay man to walk the pride flag across our nation. And I spent a lot of time with tribal people in prayer and in Sweat Lodge, and got to speak with a lot of justice people when I went to the White House by the invitation of the Obamas. And one of the things one of the reasons why I walked across the state of Nevada, because the late Harry Hay was blessed by the Paiute there, and I went to pay tribute to their tribe. And one of the elders, I came out of the dance hall after I gave a talk, and he wrote Puitaguina on a little piece of paper, and he handed me, he says, "This is your name," and it means in the sky a bright flash of colored light. And it's how the Paiute say rainbow. And he said, "Never point out a rainbow. If you see one in the sky, just stand back and let people admire it. It's beauty, it's purity." And that's always been written in my heart to respect and love the rainbow. Rainbow is a sacred symbol. And when I see our crosswalks, I want to cry. And I did read the staff report, and I know a lot of people's political intentions were good. It's just it's a lot of money to see something so damaged on our streets, dirty and run over. It's sad, and it breaks my heart. And I would hope that moving forward, that maybe we could have a design and art contest to see if there's something better that we can do to honor the beauty of the rainbow. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Steve Martin, followed by Peter Spire.
Steve Martin, resident of West Hollywood. And if Ruth Williams was here, she would remind people that Alex Villanueva is the sheriff, but he's not necessarily the sheriff's department. We have many, many, many disagreements with the current sheriff. But Ruth would remind us that we have been served by countless people for many decades who were professional and provided services to people of West Hollywood out of a sense of duty and even love. Moving on, this country, as you recall, the words of Thomas Jefferson, was founded on the concept of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, life's like the first one. And it's so hard seeing that term being kicked around these days, because the kids at Uvalde, they were entitled to life. Those people at Tops Market in Buffalo, they were entitled to life. The people at Pulse Disco were entitled to life. You know, we can have our differences as to when life begins, but let's respect life of the living. And let's get guns off our streets. This country has more weapons than people. None of this would happen in any other country because people don't have easy access to guns. West Hollywood was one of the first cities in the nation to ban assault rifles before Senator Feinstein was able to get her ban. And it's just too bad we can't get back to that kind of leadership because it's been sort of preempted from us. But we really need to get our priorities straight. Anyway, well, Lindsay, you look very relaxed and demure. I know this is a big day. Tomorrow's a bigger day. So anyway, wish you luck and congratulations.
Thanks, Steve. Peter Spire, to be followed by Adam Darvish.
Good evening. First, I want to thank everybody and what you guys are doing for bicycle advocacy. I'm a resident here and an e-biker, and I've kind of given up my car to bike everywhere. And Hollywood has really done a great job. And I want to thank John for attending the bike run that we had a few days ago with our WeHo Bike Club. I'm really excited about the bike lane on La Brea, Willoughby, I think that's fantastic, you know, what you guys are doing there. I just have one comment. During the pandemic, you guys went to an automated system for the walking, you know, the crosswalk. And I thought that was a great implementation. That's been now taken away. And if that could be brought back, that would be great, particularly for bikers, because we use that crosswalk to cross busy streets. Where it's usually located, you have to get off the bike, hit the thing, then get back on your bike and go. So that would be a real help. But I do want to say you guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Adam Darvish.
Good evening, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I just stepped away, and council and staff. I'm Adam Darvish, remaining a concerned resident about street safety, specifically on my street, Larrabee and Cynthia. A recent survey was conducted back in March, on March 5th, Saturday, from early morning hours till before midnight, instead of carrying over into Sunday morning, the busiest night, where people leave the bars and, you know, trying to drive, speed up and down our street. But irregardless of that, not including Saturday night into Sunday morning, that survey for less than 24 hours on Saturday showed 18 cars that were traveling at dangerous speeds above 42 miles per hour. For someone that was almost killed at 100 miles per hour down the hill below the circle, that's alarming for me, and I've been working with staff and our city manager and city attorney sitting here. I'm begging you to look at guidelines. I know the staff mean well, but they have antiquated guidelines that they're going by. From what I hear, I myself have double masters in engineering, public health, master's public health degree from UCLA. I've looked at number statistics, so when I saw that report, it really touched me in the wrong way. For someone that has tried to close that gap between the residents and council and our city hall, it kind of bothered me. So I'm begging you to go back and look at it, to have 18 cars exceeding the speed, not showing the speed on the report, and having 9999, 4 nines on the survey. That was not cool to me. And I'm still asking to see those numbers, and the survey will be repeated, but again, I'm here as an agent, a change agent, to bring positive force to the city. And I know some of you are aware of that, and we'll work on that. So I will not stop till it's done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adam. Is that our last speaker? Thank you. Councilmember Horvath, would you like to begin? Councilmember
happy
comments.
to, Mayor. Thank you. Since our, a few comments, I guess, to start. Last week, the Metro Board adopted their budget for the upcoming fiscal year, which included $10 million for continued work on the environmental impact report for the northern extension of the Crenshaw LAX line. Additionally, Metro staff, including CEO Stephanie Wiggins, have made commitments to complete the draft EIR by the fall of next year, including a Metro Board decision on the route for the line, which is called the locally preferred alternative. This month, Metro is holding 2 virtual community meetings, one on Thursday, June the 16th at noon, and one on Tuesday, June 21st at 6 p.m. It's critical that community members and stakeholders participate in these meetings and voice their support of the San Vicente Fairfax hybrid route, which will provide the most stops in West Hollywood. Those that can't attend the meetings can also email Metro written comments at crenshawnorth@metro.net or use Metro's online public comment tool. More details are available at weho.org/metro. I want to thank our staff for staying on top of this, so I was able to be engaged with Metro staff to make sure that we have the resources to keep this line moving, and indeed it is. I want to wish congratulations to former West Hollywood resident and former Rent Stabilization Commissioner Rob Bergstein, who was, as I understand it, unanimously appointed to the Rancho Mirage Housing Commission, easy for me to say apparently, to work on affordable housing issues. Rob was a very involved, passionate community member in West Hollywood, familiar to many of us through his work on the commission. I'm sure he's going to bring the same passion and expertise, and in fact, as I understand it, his experience in West Hollywood was cited as an asset to his application and his ultimate appointment. So we want to congratulate him and share the good news. My question on item 2K tonight, which is our item regarding the block-by-block contract, is why this item is being called out separate from the rest of the budget. I don't understand why this, my understanding of this item is that it doesn't reflect what was suggested in discussion, though not formally voted on by the Public Safety Commission. But more importantly, we do have an item 2I on the agenda that identifies what the budget allocation is. And for my part, I think this item doesn't reflect what I've heard from throughout the community, which is having more people out on the streets, doing foot patrols in community, having eyes out in the community. So I don't understand this item. I don't know why this isn't being discussed in the broader context of the budget. And so if we get an answer to that, I'm happy to hear it and then vote accordingly. But I do think that this is something we should be discussing. And then I will, I guess for reports from my meetings, I attended the Clean Power Alliance Lobbying Day, and also the Clean Power Alliance board meeting. I attended the Hospitality Training Academy. I was able to participate and present awards at the Valentine Awards event, as well as celebrating 100th birthdays for 3 people in our city, Faina Sluskaya, Ala Granina, and Oscar Ringel. Happy birthday to all of them, 100 years young. I did participate in the SCAG transportation meeting, and I am grateful to JJLA, our staff, and everyone who made our Pride festivities possible. I do agree. I was, when I learned that the sheriff was on site, that was news to me. And so I don't know how that was arranged. I would agree with the comments characterizing his leadership in regard to the LGBT community. But I do think that we also heard a lot of enthusiasm and praise for the Pride festivities overall. And I think that we have room to grow and do better, and we should. And I take tonight's comments seriously, and I hope that they will be taken seriously as part of a broader discussion of Pride. But that being said, for an inaugural event, I do think that there was a lot that was inclusive and representative of what is good about our community and what we celebrate about our LGBTQ+ community. And as the mayor indicated, we will be having our broader discussion of the budget later on this month, but I do note the comments that were made here tonight, and do hope that we all take them to heart as we think about how we want to allocate our funds for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I just wanted to send my condolences to my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, as I know the passage of her uncle was very personal, and we all stand with you. So I just want to let you know that you are very loved. In terms of meetings I have attended, I attended the Hospitality Training Academy event, our events subcommittee with Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I attended the community cleanup on the west side. Thank you to everyone that came out, including JJLA, who helped organize this year's LA Pride. I'm sorry, WeHo Pride. LA Pride's apparently this coming week. The Play Ball event, which was quite fabulous, thanks to all. That wasn't shade. Don't look at me, Steve. And so the Play Ball event. Thank you to our Parks and Recreation staff. That was such a fun time. The We Know WeHo event that they did at V Wine Room, where they had people there and they hosted it. It was just so nice to see Tracy out and about. The West Hollywood fundraiser for refugees from Ukraine, an Out Loud spotlight event ahead of WeHo Pride, the inaugural Queen of Emerald Village drag show, my legislative contract cities meeting. I attended the World Dog Day events, WeHo Pride events, a WeHo Bike Coalition. Thank you, Peter, for being here. It was great to see you live and in Technicolor, as well as presented certificates this past Saturday to Rainbow Labs Youth Council graduation event, where all of these amazing youth who are going to change the world were there, and it was incredible to see them. I also was alongside our mayor at Oscar Ringo's 100th birthday party in Plummer Park, and he is quite the tennis pro, and it was great to see all those people come out, and the best looking cake I've ever seen probably in a long time. And then in addition to that, I hosted my WeHo Volunteers Give Back event, where I started my volunteer corps again for our second one at Project Angel Food, and we had over 16 people come for 5 hours volunteer at Project Angel Food, and it was quite fun, as well as my Saturdays in Plummer Park event as well. On items on consent, thank you to my colleague, Council Member Horvath, for the Ciclavia support. I remember way back when that came back, and we did it, and now it's great to see it moving forward again. I agree, Open Streets, Kevin, it'd be really great to see that event coming back. I want to congratulate and look forward to the Sunset Strip Bids roller rink event. I think that's going to be quite fabulous, as well as to you, the CPR training event, and I want to thank staff for helping to put that on. A few items for the city manager would be the Melrose Streetscape Plan. I am wondering if that, or how cooked that plan is in regards to the center turn lane, because I do think we could install bike lanes along the path or look at the availability of doing that. I just don't necessarily think, when all I did was see was cars just parked along the event and bikes having to weave in and out of them, there's not a better way to do it, personally. And I just would like to know if Oscar or Jackie could come back or look at that to see if we could potentially include those. I think it's just a misuse of space or a waste of space that we could just present to have more flowing availabilities for people to get in and out. I believe one of the public commenters commented on cell phone pickpocketing. I myself, this past weekend when I was walking on Friday outside of the bar, felt someone in my pocket trying to steal my phone. I luckily grabbed my pocket very quickly, but my friend who was with me was not so lucky. And they actually went back, found the individual that did it, and they apparently saw the whole operation. So I don't understand if a young queer kid could find out the whole operation by confronting a stranger on the street at 1:30 a.m. Yes, I was out. We were having a great time. It was busy, but I am a little confused, and so I would like a report back from our public safety staff on a plan. What is their plan? What's going on? Because I am a little concerned that a member of the public and our queer member of our community put himself in a situation, found out so quickly what was going on, and got his phone back. So that would be great to know more about, and it doesn't have to be tonight, or it could come back later on. And then additionally, I just want to say thank you to JJLA, Cleo, Meg, our entire team at City Hall. I do believe you pulled off a small, not small because it was very well attended, miracle for WeHo Pride. And I do take what people say here very seriously. And that there's always room to improve. There's always room to do better. I do believe that there was more free programming and community involvement than ever before this year, especially with a completely free programming stage on Robertson and along Robertson Boulevard. So I used to help plan this event when I worked at City Hall, and I've never seen anything like that before. So I just want to say it was a huge, drastic improvement, and it did not go unrecognized. And I truly do want to thank that entire team for what they did, because it really showed. And I saw so many kids out there with their families just smiling and being happy, and that really was something beautiful to see. And I want to thank all my colleagues because we had such a great time together, and it was great. And Wendy Birch on the KTLA part was pretty fabulous. And then I just also want to take a moment of personal privilege and congrats Sean, who many of you know, who's very important in my life, but today he announced he is the opening act for Garbage on their East Coast tour, and that is a make it or break it moment for him, and that's nice to see artists making it, especially queer artists, on the day of Pride. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of items of business. For item 4D, I wanted to announce the appointment of Clara June to the Women's Advisory Board. And for item 2J, I'd like to register my no vote with a little bit of commentary. That's the item about the housing element. And, you know, part of our leverage that disappeared when we agreed to move forward with submitting a housing element is that it would proceed without a plan for looking at how to increase density, and it has done just that. So I hope there's an actual plan for doing the more important part of that. I know there's a lot of interest in satisfying our state government partners, but I'm afraid we've given up our leverage with our own staff to get done what I believe this council wanted to get done. And I also want to thank people who came to speak about Pride. I don't agree, but I certainly heard you, and we can certainly work on making adjustments potentially. As my colleague said, there was more free, zero-cost entertainment and opportunity to participate than ever before. We, as a body, agreed that we would have a music festival centered in our park, which would feature exclusively out performers. So I believe the third year of that effort, which gets bigger and bigger and creates a much larger buzz for people not unlike my colleague's important person in his life, Sean. Is that an affinity group, important people in your life? And I also guess I want to say that we are inventing a new way of celebrating Pride. The old way is happening in Hollywood 5 days from now. Have a great time. Sure, it will be terrific. It will be more, potentially more reminiscent of the kinds of things that used to happen here. But what's happening here is we are inventing a new future, one that acknowledges the history of Pride, but is not suffering under its overburdened history. Frankly, sometimes you need to break some eggs to come up with a different kind of omelet. And I'm particularly pleased with what our city has done and particularly happy about moving forward. No one has forgotten the hard work of black trans women in 1969. No one will ever forget Stonewall. No one will ever not remember the time of AIDS. But this is 2022, and it's clear to me that we have set a new agenda for Pride in our city. And I also didn't see him, shocked he was here, but also want to remind people that he is the elected sheriff of this county, and we allow elected representatives to participate in this festival and parade. And if people booed, if people turned their thumbs down, if people turned their backs, he arrived for that experience. So I think we have a lot of work to do with our sheriff's department, but we also have to oftentimes be the adults in the room and say, he was elected by clearly the majority, or at least more than the other people that ran, and got himself into that position. And we can institutionalize the critique of his work and work to make the entire Sheriff's Department better, as well as support our local station and our newly to be installed captain to do the hard work of keeping us safe at whatever level. Very, very good points are being made about what is the level of engagement financially, and I cannot imagine that our meeting later this month will not include a robust and thorough discussion of all the opportunities around public safety. And so I thank everyone who continues to speak out online and in person and on Zoom. Your voices are being heard, at least by me, and I believe that the outcome of such public input, at least by this city council, always is affected by the community that speaks to us about their concerns. I also, I typically don't dig into the consent items because I think they often speak for themselves, but I do want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Horvath, for her item about gun control and looking at how insurance can play a role in protecting us. It is mind-boggling to me. It's probably why I'm not a senator or would never be, but it's mind-boggling to me that we have this object in our country that doesn't require training, it doesn't require a license, and it doesn't require insurance. And you know, you can't drive a car under those conditions. You can't operate most heavy machinery under those conditions. You can't run a daycare center under those conditions. You can't be a teacher or a doctor or a plumber, frankly, without having training and a license and insurance. And yet you can buy a gun and own it. And you know, it's long been my interest to get the NRA declared a terrorist organization, and perhaps we are closer to that than ever. But that is truly, truly, truly an evil organization that has brought untold amounts of harm to our country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank everybody who has engaged with us in various forms. And tonight, I hear you and am taking all of your comments under consideration. Since our last meeting, I participated in our council budget subcommittee meeting, our event subcommittee meeting, hospitality training academy event, the West Hollywood fundraiser for refugees from Ukraine. I attended the Out Loud Raising Voices Pride kickoff event at Heart, the inaugural Queen of the Emerald Village drag competition kickoff at Artistry, the lounge upstairs. I co-moderated our Pet Week Pet panel with the mayor, and it was truly informative. For those who have pets, I suggest that you go on YouTube and watch that. It was really amazing. I attended World Dog Day. I attended our inaugural Pride kickoff at the chapel, the Dyke March, the Women's Freedom Festival, spoke to media at the Out Loud concert, and rode on our city float for the Pride Parade. I want to remind everyone that tomorrow is an election in our city and LA County and just the state. And I want to reiterate your privilege to vote tomorrow. It is truly a privilege. I have voted in almost, I think actually every single election since I became a citizen in my 20s in this country, and I do consider it a privilege. Our voting centers are in Plummer Park, as well as the Ondas Hotel. The vote drop boxes are at the WeHo Library, WeHo City Hall, Plummer Park from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. tomorrow. Please vote, vote, vote. I also want to congratulate the creator of a new show. His name is Eric Cervini, for the premiere of the Book of Queer, which is streaming on Discovery Plus. It is the largest LGBTQ cast in the history of television. I'd also like to congratulate all of the cast. I know several of them, including a big congratulations to my own wife, Ashley Shine, who landed her first big TV show role. She has been working hard as an artist for over 16 years, and she plays a major character in episode 5. She plays Josephine Baker, so I'm very, very proud of her. I want to really thank our staff for the work on WeHo Pride, JJLA, Jeff Consoletti and his entire team, our LGAB and TAB for their contributions to WeHo Pride, my colleague John D'Amico. He and I worked on the subcommittee together, and really it was so beautiful to see our vision come to life of a pride that is West Hollywood centered, and also all our colleagues as well. Thank you for collaborating and us working together to have a first inaugural WeHo Pride that really centers community. I got so much feedback from community members who were so happy to have so many community booths that were accessible, free to them, to have the Robertson stage, to have more inclusivity than ever before. And we did this in a very, very short amount of time. JJLA did this in a very, very short amount of time. Yes, we knew that we would be making mistakes. And we knew that we will have a debrief and look at what we will do differently. And I look forward to continuing to work on WeHo Pride and making it better for all community. And as far as the Pride Parade itself, there have been emails and comments about associating the city council with decisions made for the actual parade. And I would like, it's my understanding that we approved a permit, but we had absolutely no control over who participated in the Pride Parade, except for our city floats. So I would like our city attorney to address that, please, for the public, and just really clear the record and state the facts on that. I was also not happy to see Sheriff Villanueva participating in our parade, but I will have our city attorney explain how we actually did not have any control over that aspect. For my appointments, I would like to appoint Zakia Wright to the Rent Stabilization Commission and Danny Hang to the Business License Commission. With regard to the Plummer Park temporary dog park item, I do have some questions that I'd like answered as well. It looked to me like there was just one fountain on the drawings and renderings, and I want to make sure that the small dogs and the big dogs would have access to that one fountain, unless I missed something. I also noticed there's just one light that seemed to be in the big dog area, and I just want to make sure that light is going everywhere. The other thing I noticed was the bench style made it so that one person can sit, and what I do know about the WeHo dog parks is the little dogs love to get on the bench and sit with their fur parents as well, and thinking about them, perhaps a different type of bench so they can actually do that would be great. So that's what I want to say about that. I want to thank Councilmember Horvath for our work together on the technology safety update plan item, which is so important given the safety concerns and literally 2 attacks on our own city hall that were made this year. So I'm hoping that this item will really update our safety plan so that we can have better response to events like that. And thank you to Mayor Meister for our affordable housing resident survey and affordable inclusionary unit audit, which is very timely given public comments that were made and information that was given to us so that we can really get to the bottom of everything and see where we are with those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Since my last meeting, I participated in the City Council Finance Subcommittee meeting, the U.S. Mayors Play Ball, the WeHo fundraiser for Ukraine, the Sanitation District Personnel Committee meeting, Pet Week panel, World Dog Day, the Artist Tree event, the CEHD subcommittee of SCAG, and the Mayor's Pride kickoff party. Obviously attended the various Pride weekend events, including the Dyke March and, of course, the WeHo Pride Parade. Also want to thank JJLA and staff and the fire department and our sheriff station for organizing this event really in a short period of time and making it interesting and open and diverse, and for keeping us safe. On the consent calendar, I'd like to note my no vote on item 2F, which is the second reading of ordinance number 22-1181 regarding SB 9. But I also want to say for the record that if we do have a problem with projects that aren't SB 9 projects in those zones, R1A and R1C, that are taking advantage of setbacks, that I will bring an item back to address it. Also, as Councilmember D'Amico directed, staff should be looking at some meaningful design guidelines that are respectful of the neighborhood as examples for people who do want to take advantage of SB 9 in those areas, and the other direction about, although it's not part of this item, about the historic survey with regard to R1A and R1C and their potential as historic districts. I would like to thank Councilmember Erickson for being on the Plummer Park pilot, the off-leash area subcommittee. I think I think what's come out of Site 1 will be a really great pilot project for our guardians with their dogs. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. Item 4D, I'm going to be appointing Kimberly Copeland to the Planning Commission, and I want to congratulate her on that appointment. On 4E, hosting Ciclavia, I just want to ask staff to also be looking for grant money, if that's possible, for this event, because from what I read in the staff report, there's always that possibility that that either the event will go over the amount that's been budgeted, or from the Metro funds, or we may need the money for the Northern Extension. So rather than going into reserves or having that expectation of going into reserves, I just would rather see us looking for some grant money to supplement if that's the case. Regarding 4F, the resolution on the low-level enforcement, I also want to note my no vote on that. First of all, I think we should have waited for the data from the Center of Policing Equity. Second, looking at the data that we were given in our staff report, this does not seem to be a problem in West Hollywood as was thought to be. Third, according to the sheriffs, these traffic stops are not one of their higher priority assignments, and so we are basically making a resolution for something that's already in practice. And fourth, if low-level stops catch someone with guns, then every stop is worth it. And we have seen in our reports from the sheriff that there have been a number of times where a low-level stop has led to an arrest with someone with a gun that shouldn't have had a gun. So as far as I'm concerned, it's important that we allow the sheriffs to do their jobs with regard to that. And I think I think those were all of my comments on the items that we moved. Oh, 5B, the resolution to approve the purchase of the real property at the Holloway Motel. First of all, I just want to make it clear to the public that this is not a homeless shelter. It's housing where people will live while waiting for permanent housing. So it's not like people coming and going, coming at night, leaving the next day. These are going to be units for them to be living in. The property is going to be upgraded. The existing billboards will be standardized and upgraded. There will be 24-hour security. This project is going to be an improvement to Santa Monica Boulevard and to Holloway and to the neighborhood. The city is going to offer the first of several opportunities to participate in community information sessions about the Holloway Motel and the Home Key Housing Program. The first two sessions will take place on Wednesday, June 22nd, one at noon, the other at 7 p.m. These events will be hosted on Zoom, and community members are encouraged to attend either session. More details and registration links will be posted on the city's calendar tomorrow, and the city's calendar can be accessed at www.weho.org/calendar. And as my understanding is, it will also go to the Planning Commission for certain aspects that they need to hear, for example, the billboard. So, and of course, any other questions, Corey Plank from Strategic Initiatives can answer if you give her a call at City Hall. And now we will go to the city manager's.
Actually, Mayor, sorry, I forgot one thing, one announcement, so I apologize. I wanted to just let everyone know that there's an event co-hosted by the city as part of our work with the LA County Lesbian, Bisexual, and Queer Women's Health Collaborative. The film screening will take place on Wednesday, June 15th. The film screens at 4 p.m., followed by a panel discussion at 5, which will stream on the city's WehoTV YouTube channel. It's part of the city's WeHo Pride LGBTQ Arts Festival. It is a virtual screening and panel discussion of documentary Patient No More, focused on lesbian, bisexual, and queer women's health. So I encourage everyone to tune in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Manager, David Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I will start with an update from staff. The proposed solid waste increase will be on the agenda for June 27th. This is related to SB 1383, Organics Recycling, that was signed into law on September 19th, 2016, to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible recovery by 20% by 2025. Implementing organics recycling programs are compliant with the requirement, introduces new costs to providers and services to meet the goals. And so notices did go out to the community, and there may be questions. Please reach out to our engineering division if you have any questions regarding the increase in the Athens rate. And then related to Pride, WeHo Pride, the Arts Festival continues through June 30th. So although we had a long weekend of many events, it's not over yet. Please visit pride.weho.org for the upcoming events and information. With respect to the Pride event itself and the parade, the Sheriff Villanueva was not in the parade, so I'm not sure where people saw him, but if they did, he wasn't there officially participating. At least our sheriff's station wasn't aware of it, and I'm not aware of it. And then Lauren Langer, our city attorney, will talk about, answer the question to Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Sure, I'll answer Mayor Pro Tem's question. So the event over the course of the weekend were actually broken up into 3 components. One was the festival that the city produced and that the city hired JJLA as a service provider to put the festival on. The other 2 pieces, Out Loud and the parade, were put on by JJLA through a special event permit. And so the city and the city council were not involved in selecting who all the participants were to participate in the parade, because it was a JJLA event that the council wanted, and it was, you know, part of the overall conversation, but it was put on through a special event permit, and the city did not select the participants.
Just to continue on Pride, from staff's perspective, it was a very successful event. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank some of the people who worked hard on that event and worked throughout the weekend, starting with event services staff and Yvonne Corker, Cleo Smith, and Megan Reith and their team, who worked all weekend and worked with JJLA on production on the event. Our communications department with Joshua Sher, Sherry Lund, and their team. Our facilities and field services division led by Helen Collins, who cleaned up the city throughout the weekend and on Monday morning, so it was you could hardly tell anything happened. And our social services division that worked on the Dyke March and also ensured that the trolley was operating throughout the weekend. Along with our Community and Legislative Affairs Division, our Arts Division, our Parking Division, and our Code Compliance Division that truly took everyone to work on this event. I also want to thank our executive team. Throughout the weekend, the executive team staffed the command post from 11 a.m. till 11 a.m. till 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday and Sunday to make sure that communication throughout the event was successful. And then I want to thank all of our partners, the Sheriff's Department, the Emergency Operations Bureau, the Fire Department, and Emergency One, who does the medical services and the tents. And also all the community organizations that participated in the street fair, as well as JJLA and Jeff Consoletti and his team for putting the entire event together. We will have a debrief internally with staff, and then we'll come back in July with a debrief for the council and the public. There are certainly things we can do better, and we'll work to do it better next year. But overall, I believe the event was successful. With respect to the block-by-block contract, this is a contract itself. It is still in the budget and will be up for discussion, but often, we don't include every contract in the budget, and so we want to make sure the contracts are in place so we can start work on July 1. The block-by-block contract includes what we've heard over the last year with respect to block-by-block. At the November 15th of 2021 meeting, there was an item to add the kiosk on the east side, and that item is included in there. I don't know if that was a direct recommendation from the Public Safety Commission. I know that item came from council members Erickson and Mayor Meister, but I believe the Public Safety Commission was supportive of that. At the March 21st meeting, the Public Safety Update included all the recommendations from the Public Safety Commission. Their recommendation was that block by block be a funding priority, which I think we've made it a funding priority. At that same meeting, there was an item to include increased foot patrols and expand the kiosk program. That is in the contract as well. So I believe it's consistent with what we've heard from the Public Safety Commission, but we can certainly go back and look at the minutes from those meetings and see if there are things that have been missed, and add those, amend the contract to add those things if there are things that we've missed and staff and the council feel should be added to the contract.
So if we would like to make changes to their service as part of the budget discussion, does this prevent us from doing that?
No, not at all. We can amend this contract at any time. So
Okay.
we are just entering a contract. And this contract increases their contract from about $2 million this year prior to any changes to about $3.5 million a year.
Then if we're going to have a holistic conversation as part of the budget, I'll wait and hold my comments for that time. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
David, I have a question. I'm just confused because we did have council items, such as the one you mentioned, the East Side kiosk that Councilmember Erickson brought forward, the expansion of that kiosk program, which he and I brought forward, the additional foot patrol. So those were council items that were approved by council. So those are going to continue to be included in the budget as far as
Yes,
you know, right?
those are in the contract that's on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
The expansion of those services.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So I have a few other comments that I will save for later. I do have John Scholl with us tonight. He is the Chief Executive Officer for the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. They happen to be our insurance provider, but they oversee the Liability Trust Fund. You may recall that Karen Bartek, a broker who works with the Liability Trust Fund, spoke at the April 18th meeting. Because it wasn't on the agenda, there wasn't a full discussion, and I think there was some confusion about the trust fund and some of the things, so we just wanted to have John Scholl here to provide some clarifications. And because it is on the agenda, you are able to ask him questions. John?
Thank you, David. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. As David described, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. We provide self-insurance pooling for over 123 public agencies throughout the state of California. West Hollywood has recently returned from a wayward trip to another pool, but they've come back to us, and we're glad to have you as members. One of the things that we do as sort of a side business, if you will, is we help the contracting cities in managing the Liability Trust Fund, the Oversight Committee, and the Claims Board. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the how the trust fund works, and then try to answer any questions you might have. So I'm going to try to share my screen now. Are we working?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and make it into slide view mode. So this is just a quick update. The Oversight Committee, it may be good to go back to the very beginning when the City of Lakewood created the contract city model. They contracted with the County of Los Angeles for sheriff, fire, public works, and in doing that, they transferred the risk to the county. The risk associated with those services being delivered were transferred to the county, which is what we would call good risk management. If you have someone do a service for you, you want them to be responsible for the risks associated with it. Over the years, the county and the contracting cities got to a place where the cities needed to contribute more to cover the services, the liabilities associated with that service. And in about 1977, there was a liability trust fund created. And that fund is used to pay for those liabilities. So it's sort of a good transfer of risk to the county, but the county pays for those liabilities from the trust fund that is funded by the city. So it's a little bit of a convoluted mechanism to manage the risk. In some counties, the Sheriff's Department provides services and the cost of liability is just built into the contract amount. In Los Angeles County, the contract amount is the contract amount. It was mentioned earlier, a deputy is about $400,000 a year. Then there's a surcharge on top for liability, and that goes into this trust fund. Right now, that surcharge is 11% on sheriff contract amounts. For your all other services, if the city has animal control or public works or some of the other services that the county might contract to the city, that would be at a 4% rate. So the oversight committee, the trust fund was created to deal with these liabilities and to pay for the liabilities. In the late 90s, there were some large cases that were charged to the trust fund, and the cities didn't have much voice in the discussion of how the claims were being handled, the manner in which the court proceedings, how appeals were done, and so there was a large charge to the trust fund without the cities being part of the conversation. And so the cities gathered together and began to create a separate joint powers authority just to handle those liabilities and to take that responsibility away from the county. Ultimately, that failed, but it did create an understanding among the department heads in the county and among the cities that there needed to be more collaborative process. And that led to the creation of this oversight committee, the Liability Trust Fund Oversight Committee. And a couple of things that it does, it procures excess insurance, and that's something that at the California JPIA, we under contract, maybe I should go to the bottom line. The bottom bullet says the Oversight Committee contracts with California JPIA to provide this administrative and risk management support. We do not take, as the JPIA, we do not take any risk in this situation. It's all about our providing administrative and risk management expertise to these contracting cities working with the county. So one of the ways we have expertise is in procuring that excess insurance to help ensure that the trust fund is protected in case there are some very bad losses. And that has proven very valuable over the last several years, particularly the last 4 years. We do conduct annual financial audits and actuarial studies to ensure there's enough money in the fund and to be able to report on the level of funding within the fund. The Oversight Committee sets the surcharge rates at 11% and 4%. At times in the past, it's been 6%, it's been 11.5%. It's ranged based on the financial needs of the fund and the actuaries' estimates of what will be needed in the future to pay for existing claims and any future claims that might come in. And then we also provide risk management and operational recommendations. The trust fund, I should say, provides these recommendations to the Sheriff's Department and other departments based on what they're seeing in claims and what they're seeing in presentations and what they know about the operations of the various county departments. There is a claims board, which is a separate entity from the Oversight Committee, but it's made up of the same people. And the reason there are two is because the original group was the Oversight Committee. The county recognized that this was not a true county function, and those members were being allowed to see confidential documents, and that couldn't be done. So they needed to create a claims board that would then be responsible for reviewing claims brought against the county, having something to do with a contracted service. So the Board of Supervisors created the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board, and whenever there is a vacancy and that vacancy is filled on the Oversight Committee, then it is recommended to the Board of Supervisors to appoint the person who is filling that vacancy, and in the last 22 years, that has always happened. So the Board of Supervisors appreciates that the Claims Board and the Oversight Committee does its thing with basically, it's the city's money, so let them self-govern is kind of the attitude that's been taken. The Claims Board has a very important function, and that is to look at claims in closed session and to determine should these claims be settled, should they continue to be fought with county forces or with outside defense panel, should action be taken to appeal claims that might go the wrong way, et cetera, et cetera. So it's much as you would do in a closed session at City Hall. If you have a claim against the city, you might go into closed session and discuss the merits of the claim and give direction to your city attorney or your defense panel. That's what happens in the Claims Board meetings. The majority of the Claims Board meeting is an executive session or a closed session. As you see here, the Claims Board itself with the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board, has $100,000 with authority to settle a claim, which you might imagine doesn't go very far these days, though it does resolve most property damage claims. Any claims over $100,000 become a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, who acts as the county's claims board. And again, in those past 22 years of which I've been associated with it, and the Oversight Committee and Claims Board have existed, the Board of Supervisors has always received and approved of the recommendation of the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board. The Claims Board is made up of 11 representatives. There are 5 city council member representatives, 5 city manager representatives, and 1 at-large council member and city manager. There are the patrol regions of the Sheriff's Department, and then 1 at-large member. So there's a total of 11, as you can see here. And here's who your representatives are, one of which right now is your council member Horvath. She is our immediate, she is our current chair of the Oversight Committee. So to give you a perspective on where we are in this whole process, because I had the opportunity to, I wasn't present for the presentation about a month ago from Karen. She is our broker. We contract with her. The Oversight Committee contracts with her and Alliant Insurance Services to place the coverage, the excess coverage. And I was privileged to be able to hear some of her comments, and I heard some of the questions that were raised. It is a horrible insurance marketplace for good risks. It's very difficult. Lots of, between COVID and a number of other outside factors, civil unrest, natural disasters, there's just not a lot of capacity in the insurance marketplace. So that has caused rates to go up, or what we call a hard market. That has also built in the challenge. With that, we've had the challenge of what we call social inflation. Social inflation is just sort of this, you get to win the lottery if you are filing a suit against a public agency, or actually nearly anything. If it goes to jury and it goes wrong, it's going to be typically going to be a pretty large verdict. So it's been difficult for a good risk. It's a very challenging placement for this risk in particular, because the Sheriff's Department obviously has its fair share of challenges. Our loss experience over the last few years has been very, very challenging. There have been some recent mental health related losses that have led to some challenges with our underwriters. And we're going to London, we're dealing with domestic markets, but I mean, really it's trying to find anyone who will write this coverage. And there was a comment at the last discussion of this with the City Council about, the possibility that we might not be able to buy this insurance. It is very close to being either uninsurable because no one will write it, or it's so expensive that it might make better sense to self-insure it. We're not there yet, but it's very close. We were able to do some really hard work and heavy lifting with our underwriter partners to create a program that continues to provide the coverage, but it's at a very steep cost.
John, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
So I just want to, so for the fact that you just said, what you said right there, very close. Could you define very close in a way? Because I'm seeing this slide right here, and your first 2 bullet points are obviously very alarming, followed by the rest, but what is very close? Like where does that line get crossed? Is it another large mental health related loss that will kick it over renewal efforts? Or, I mean, I know I'm asking you a very broad question, but as someone who I'm sure deals with a lot of these insurance carrier contracts that I've been seeing, there's probably negotiations and what they should or should not do. So what is that actual kind of clarification, if you could, to the best of your ability?
Yes, I'd be glad to try. I can't really say that there is a specific thing that defines when an underwriter says, yes, I'll write this, or no, I won't write this. And that's really what it comes down to. We have, I would, just at the top of my head, I think we have about 10 different underwriter partners. So when we talk about a carrier, carriers have individual employees who are underwriters who make the decisions as to what they are going to provide insurance for. So it's truly those relationships with the underwriters that allow us to make this placement happen. And sometimes those people leave the carrier and they go to a different underwriter, or they retire, or they go to a different carrier, or they retire. And that is one thing that can change the insurability of this. As uncomfortable that might feel, that we are at the mercy of one or two individuals, we truly are. And I say we because I'm speaking on behalf of the trust fund. There are times when it's the math. And if you look down at bullet points 3 and 4, over the last 10 years, the losses have been incredible. And this is not all just police and sheriff. Some of this is public works, or it's street issues where the county had some responsibility for it and it was a contract situation. So it also was charged to the trust fund. But losses have been horrific. And we've had some terrible jury verdicts. We've had some terrible settlements that we had to make just to prevent it from getting to a jury in some cases. So I don't really have a clean answer to what makes it beyond close, but right now we are, as you can see in the bottom, we've been bumped up from a $2 million retention probably 6 or 7 years ago, meaning the fund pays the first $2 million of a loss, to a place where we were at $5 million, and now this current year we're at $7.5 million. So whenever there's a big loss, the fund itself is taking in $7.5 million of that loss. Then the carriers connect. Well, now this coming year, it's going to be a $10 million retention. They're basically saying, we don't want to write all that stuff under 10 million. That's going to be your responsibility. So that's going to be borne by the trust fund, the actual dollars of the fund. And as long as there's enough funds in there, we're okay. Ultimately, the claim is made against the county, so the county would have to basically supplant any funds if the fund were to become dry. The county would be the named defendant. So we would rely on that, and then there would be a lot of discussions with the county among the contract cities and county as to how to pay for those sorts of losses. But we're looking this year at going from about a $7 million premium and a $7.5 million retention to a $10 million retention and about $10 million in premium. It's getting to that place of, does it really make sense to spend this much premium for how much coverage we're getting? And at this point it does, but it's close, and I don't have a better answer than that. I'm sorry. So where we are, just to give you a little perspective on the actuarial part of it, you have probably noticed in your budgets over the last several years that there is a large portion that's being charged for this trust fund deposit. It actually increased somewhat dramatically about 4 or 5 years ago from 6% up to 9%, 9.5%, and now we're at 11%. It actually had been as high as 11.5% at one point. It's now down to 11%. There is a specific mechanism within an agreement between the Board of Supervisors and the Oversight Committee that, based on the actuarial studies, it can go up or down automatically. A couple years ago, the Oversight Committee actually said, no, we need to charge way more than the trigger would cause it to go, because there just wasn't enough funds for the claims that were coming. What that has done has been certainly an impact on all the budgets for the cities, but at the same time, it has created enough reserve funds for these claims that This year, there's actually, the actuarial confidence level, the probability level, has gotten to a place of relative comfort, and there was no need to increase the rate again. In fact, on the all other departments, again, public works, planning, animal control, those guys, it was able to come down 0.5% based on the trigger. So actually, the fund is fairly healthy, but as the retentions go up, that puts more of the fund's money at risk. So the actuary next year, based on the insurance structure, will probably need to commit more for funding claims, and so the actuarial basis may be a little bit lower next year. I know I'm using a lot of insurance kind of stuff, but that's a quick overview, if you will, of the Liability Trust Fund, and I'd love to try to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah,
And
John?
just before you wrap up, I was going to have John. So do you want to talk a little bit about the city's risks? So is there a risk to the city of West Hollywood with these claims, and if the trust fund can't cover the claim?
So the trust fund is a pool created by all the cities that contribute their surcharge. If there is a claim that emanates from the city of West Hollywood, all the cities, it's in the fund. They've all contributed to the fund. It pays out of that. It's not going to specifically hit the city of West Hollywood. Concept being that they all have the same sheriff's department. They all have the same public works department. They all have the same county that they're working with. And so you don't charge one city because it had the claim happened in their city. It was the services being rendered by the county that led to the claim. So the city of West Hollywood, as long as there is still funding available within the trust fund, and there's a significant amount of money there, so it's not, I wouldn't say it's an immediate concern that the trust fund is going to go broke. But there have been times when we've been significantly below the actuarial expected level of funding, which means there may or may not be enough money year in and year out. Right now, we're at 80% confidence, which means 4 years out of 5, there's enough money being in the fund to pay for expected losses. So the city's liabilities, the parks, and all the things that you do as the city, that's in the JPIA, and you have no concerns for that. This is just about the sheriff's department exposure and anything in public works. I know you do some stuff with them to ensure that there's enough money there. If there's a loss, right now there's plenty of funding there. It's just as the retentions continue to go up, or if we get to a place where we do need to go bare, then it's properly funding for that exposure.
Hi, John. I'm Lauren. I have a couple of questions for you. One, when Karen Bartok came to speak to our council, I will say she was kind of alarmist, making it sound like we're in big trouble. So I guess my first question to you is, did she come to this council with your knowledge or approval?
I was not aware until about the day or two before that she was coming, but I didn't know what she was going to be talking about, quite honestly. So we didn't talk about what she was going to be doing. And having seen the video, I can understand your perspective that it was a little bit alarmist. There are certainly things to be concerned about, but there was a lack of context to some of the answers to her questions, I think, that I'm trying to fill that context in tonight.
Right, and she subcontracts with you, right? I mean, that's basically, she doesn't work for you, for the JPIA. She is a contractor. Is that right?
Not of the JPIA. She's a contractor of the Oversight Committee.
Okay. I mean, I'll just say, as someone who's an independent contractor myself in market research, if I had gone to one of my clients' to discuss an issue without my client's knowledge or permission, it would have really created a big deal. Then my next question is to you, with regard to the cases that the claims that come before you, are all of the claims, and I don't know if you can answer this question, are all of the claims actually the fault of the the party that's being, sued? For example, if it's the sheriff's, is it always the sheriff's fault as far as, I know that you discussed this, right? And you look at the case and you look at the claim. And so I guess want just a yes or no. You don't have to give me specifics, but just, is it always their fault?
I would say no, it's not always their fault. There are times when, of course, anyone can sue anyone for anything, we know that. But there are times when it seems that the sheriff's department or whatever department has done everything right, and still someone was injured or there was property damage or some other problem happened, and an attorney was willing to, or the individual was willing to file a claim against the county for what happened. And sometimes, the way it gets presented causes it to reach a level of the oversight committee or claims board has to consider it. And sometimes it's, no, we're fighting this. And sometimes it's, yeah, we better settle this because there's too much risk in taking it and
Right.
putting it in front of a jury.
So sometimes it's just easier to settle.
It's more cost
Or,
effective.
or less risky. Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember D'Amico?
John, this is John D'Amico. I guess I have a question about the rise from, I guess you said 6% to 9%, and 9% to 11%, and then 11.5%, and maybe it goes down. It's the same amount of service that's twice as costly and risky. Maybe said too plainly, but I'm just wondering what is the JPIA's position about what is the maximum we would allow the sheriff to transfer to us as a cost? Because it seems like if we don't have a position on that, we should have a position on that. The cost of doing public works didn't go up 100%. The liability cost of doing public works, and it's the same amount of roads and streets, and it's the same amount of sheriff's department, theoretically, or a close enough amount, and yet the cost of liability has gone up. And I don't want to be stepping on my colleague's, efforts and the commission that she sits on, but I just am very curious about whether cities have weighed in about, when this hits whatever, 11, 12%, we're done. If it's 15%, county, you have to pick it up, because we can't just continue to follow bad management after bad management and take up the risk.
Sure, and thank you for the question. And I want to again clarify, it's not the JPIA. We are just administrators assisting the contracting cities in this process. So we are providing input into the decision making, but it truly is the discussion and decision of the oversight committee. That being said, you have to think back to the contract law, which provides that under the Gonzalez Act, two public entities who are contracting for a service, there can't be a profit made by the one delivering the service, and the one who is getting the service can't be getting a great deal either. It has to be a proper accounting for the true cost of delivering the service. It is what is charged to the contractee. So when you look at why is it more cost effective to have a sheriff's department instead of your own police department? Well, economies of scale, of course, is the reason there. Now, the liability is pulled out in this contract with the county for all these services. And again, in other counties, there's a model where they just build it in the contract amount. So where you're paying $400,000, give or take, for a deputy, you might be paying $500,000, and it's just all wrapped in. It's done by the auditor controller's office every year. They look at what has been the cost associated with delivering services. Our actuaries do that, all that sort of stuff. So is there a maximum amount that the cities might pay? there is currently not a stop at the top. It could still be, the liability could continue under this current model. Now, there are discussions underway of trying to change the model. There is one piece of Sheriff's Department only business that the cities will not pay the full, will not be fully responsible for from the trust fund. If there is a sexual assault that results in a conviction, the county takes 50% of that exposure from the trust fund. So this was a case that had a deputy about 11 years ago, I believe, assaulted 3 different women. It led to some very large verdicts. The cities and the county were definitely at odds with one another, and the compromise was there would be 50% responsibility by the county. There are discussions that might be something worth pursuing for some of the perhaps policy violations that if a deputy is outside policy, the cities don't have the opportunity to hire and fire and supervise. So how can they have an impact on what's being done? Well, the counties could arguably have a bigger responsibility in paying for some of those types of claims. So there are discussions about how can we do this differently that makes the cities feel it's more fair.
I just have one more question, John. Have there been any discussions about more training for the deputies to help bring down this, high liability percentage? Because I know that in other countries, there's a hell of a lot more training of police officers, and it seems to me that that's one way. I mean, it happens in other industries, right? So maybe that should be a discussion that is had.
That is definitely a discussion that is had between the Oversight Committee and the Claims Board and the members of the Sheriff's Department in particular. They have, in the last couple of years, implemented significant, they've made some strides in de-escalation techniques to try to slow down, understand the situation, but you also have to recognize that in some of these situations, it is very few seconds that a decision has to be made in, and they are life-threatening situations for lots of different folks, the officers, the bystanders, as well as the bad guys. And so training is very important. They do a lot of training. They far exceed the post-required training. They do additional driver training. So it is certainly something that is discussed a lot. However, it always feels like there could be more training, and how on earth did something like that happen? Wasn't he trained or she trained to do that differently? And then it gets back to the decisions that are being made are split-second decisions, and the training needs to make those split-second decisions the right way. And sometimes they just haven't had enough training, or they have just violated policy.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'm going to kind of recap so I understand. We're looking at increasing what the contract cities are liable for to 10 million, and that comes out of it's divided upon. Is it per incident?
So if there is a $12 million claim, for example,
right,
10 million would come out of the fund as it exists today. Now, you're all funding the fund on an annual basis. So 10 million of that 12 million claim would come out of the fund, and then 2 million would come from the excess structure.
And that would come from the county?
The 10 million would come from the fund, which is actually held by the county.
Right, but
yes.
the 2 million, sorry.
The 2 million would come from the excess carriers, excess insurance carriers.
Who's paying for that?
The premium is being paid by the trust fund.
I see. Okay, how much is in the fund?
Oh, that's a really good question. I should have had. It's about 150 million, but I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is our payment into this fund also increasing because of this higher risk, or is it still the same and it's?
At this time, it's going to remain 11%. It was 11% for 21, 22, and for 22, 23, it's going to be 11%. The actuary is going to have to look at it based on the new data for next year's rate. So the rate trails a year typically.
And if some circumstances happen that we become uninsurable, then what happens?
So if the fund were, if we were not able to find carriers who would write the business, let's just put it that way. So you'd be uninsurable to some degree. It would be self-insurance. So the fund itself would act as the insurer. So this 10 million is basically self-insurance of each loss, the 10 million. So the 150, using a round number, million that's in the fund would become the backstop for the claims that come in, and we would just manage them and pay out from that. Now, each year, when you take the millions and millions of dollars that the cities contract with the sheriff's department for in particular, it does add significantly to the balance of the fund. Unfortunately, it's been getting paid out pretty frequently also.
I see. Is there do we know what that payout frequency and number is?
I can pull up a quick number here. In 21, 22, well, let's go back a couple years. 1920, a little bit more mature. The excess carriers paid out $9.4 million above the $7.5 million retention. The premium paid that year was 5.8, so they paid a lot more than they received in premium. 2015-16, 55 million was spent on premium of less than 2 million. So the carriers are in sort of this love-hate relationship with continuing the relationship because they can recover some of their losses by charging premium, but at some point they have to say, do I want to keep writing this? You know, it feels so good when you stop banging your head on the table, right? So that's sort of the experience that we're dealing with is we have lost carriers who won't write the business anymore, but there's still a few that will.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. John, I first want to reiterate a few things that you said, because we discuss in almost every meeting that training is a priority to everyone in the board. We do not have authority in hiring or firing either here at the local level in the city of West Hollywood or at the contract cities level. All of the hiring and firing authority happens within the sheriff's department. Even the LA County Board of Supervisors do not hire and fire. As it relates to personnel decisions, all of that happens within the department. Liability is shared among all contracting cities. So even if our sheriff's department is excellent and doesn't have any claims, we are still paying if there are claims throughout the department that happen in contract cities that go to that fund. So if we get to that uninsurable point and there's a $50 million claim in a city that isn't West Hollywood, that the fund would have to pay that $50 million claim out of the $150 million. And that's something that could even be contemplated and has been contemplated. You just mentioned in a year past that more than $50 million was paid by our insurance carrier. So if you have a couple claims like that in 1 year, while our fund sounds healthy, I think the what is being characterized as alarmist comments from Karen were, I think, realist in terms of the numbers that we've seen in terms of payouts. I mean, are you able to characterize in any way how much we're potentially looking to pay out this year?
Actually, I don't want to say too loudly, but it's looking pretty good right now. Knock on wood. Yeah, it's actually 21, 22 has been a relatively quiet year. 2021 was also pretty good, but they're still pretty green, so it's hard to really know.
Yeah. And, you know, I know that some of these conversations happen in closed session too, but I just know that, you know, we shouldn't be thinking about only our contract when we're thinking about our relationship with this fund, because every city that's a part of it is a part of it. And we have to make sure that we're being mindful of that while we're thinking about changes. And this board is working, I think you confirmed, is working with the county board to try and review terms of our contract to address some of these concerns that not only West Hollywood has raised, but other cities at the table.
Yes.
Any additional questions, comments? If not, then thank you so much for joining us tonight, John. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. And if you have any further questions that you want to send through David or Lindsay, I'd be glad to respond to those. Thank you.
We know where to find you. Thank you. I'll hand this back over to our city manager.
Yes, and I will try to wrap this up quickly. So just a few more comments. Councilmember Erickson's request regarding the Melrose streetscape and the pickpocketing, we will come back later with responses to those. Mayor Pro Tem Shine had asked about the dog park, and so yes, it will be fully illuminated, both from below and from above, for the small and large dog parks, and they both will have access to the fountains. Right now, the design is conceptual, and so we can have Rick reach out to you and talk in more detail if you're interested in that as well, or if any of you are interested in that.
Great.
And then just a couple more things. So on the budget, so the budget is a receive and file item, as we've done in the past, so that the council and the community has 2 weeks to review the budget before the discussion. This time we actually have 3 weeks because the meeting is moved to the 27th, which is 3 weeks from now. So the council and the community can review the budget. We will have a community meeting on Monday, June 20th, on the date that the council meeting would have happened. It'll be a virtual meeting, and we'll have that information, the Zoom information, available on the city's calendar. The budget is available online with the line item detail. So at www.weho.org/budget, you can find the document and the line item detail on that link. And just lastly, I wanted to announce a few organizational changes. Janet Jimenez has been named Administrative Services Director. Joshua Scher has been named Communications Director. And Danny Rivas has been named Community Safety Director, which was formerly the Public Safety Director position. And that position, that department will include code compliance and public safety. And then Steve Campbell will be moving to Public Works Director. He was formerly the Facilities and Field Services Director. Facilities will move to Public Works, and Facilities and Recreation Services Director. Facilities will move to Public Works, and Recreation will move to Community Services with Community and Legislative Affairs and Events. And just lastly, I'd like to also say congratulations to Bill Mulder. He's been the lieutenant at our station for many years, a number of years now. He's been acting captain. Most recently, he's actually been acting captain twice. And now he is officially the captain of the West Hollywood Sheriff Station. So congratulations, Bill.
Congratulations, Captain Mulder, and congratulations to all our new directors. who were acting directors. They're not acting anymore.
They're not acting anymore. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my comments.
Okay, great. Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
And I just want to alert the public now that June 27th is the expected SCOTUS decision date. So I understand it's a special meeting. I have made this point known to many people, but should that be the day that they do release the final opinions on Roe and everything, I am planning to be here, but we'll have to play it by ear depending on what actually happens that day. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. The fiscal impact on consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, what is the fiscal impact with the additions of items 4A, 4D, 4E, 4F, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 6A, 6B, and the removal of item 2O?
Yes, Mayor. That is correct. The fiscal impact on consent calendar with the additions and removals that the mayor just stated is $22,453,068 in expenditures, $12,500,000 in revenues, and $7,500 in waived fees. We are also noting the no vote of Mayor Meister on items 2F and 4F, as well as Councilmember D'Amico's no vote on item 2J.
Okay, thank you. So can we get a motion to approve our consent calendar? Whoop. Oh, there it is. Okay, can we get a roll call? Yes, thank you. And it passes 5-0. It's 8:41. Why don't we take a break before our public hearings start at 8:50?
You're welcome, of course. Glad you asked. I'm gonna go get a snack. The snack machine is in the...
They didn't seem so mad. They were just actually surprised that it's...
You obviously are talking to nicer servers.
Hi, how are you?
But not too long. But not too long.
No possible way I would have known her.
I think
We only have 4B, 4C, and 5A, right?
For me, or C? Yes. That's it.
Five, not five C, sorry, five, the one that was.
Yeah.
4C, 5A.
So B,
Aside from the hearings.
so B four C.
Aside from the
Actually,
hearings.
just look at what was taken away in opioid liability. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone, we're back, and we are ready for the public hearings. Item 3A, we will now hear public hearing item 3A, adoption of a resolution confirming the Sunset Strip Business Improvement District annual report and levying an assessment for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, and approval of an agreement for administering the program of work with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Anybody?
I received correspondence from, I believe we all received correspondence from the Chamber CEO, as well as one of the representatives from the Sunset Bid, characterizing their comments. I believe those comments are in our record now.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember Horvath. And Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
The hearing was noticed as required by law.
Wonderful. Okay. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present an abbreviated staff report?
Hi, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Paulo Casperdet. I am the management analyst in the City Manager's Office for the City of West Hollywood, and alongside with me is John Leonard, the Director of Economic Development. Item 3A is regarding the city's annual levy and assessment of the Sunset Strip bid. Just as a reference, this bid is governed by their own advisory board, which consists of members assessed within the district who provide direction on the work plan and the programmatic activities to promote the area. Prior to tonight's meeting, the city did not receive any protests regarding this public hearing to reestablish the bid. Additionally, the staff report includes the report of activities for fiscal year 22 and the work plan for fiscal year 23. Earlier this afternoon, you received a memo which outlines some minor clerical errors that were found within the contract, and these errors do not affect the work plan or the assessments of the districts. So staff recommends that the City Council approve the resolution to confirm the levy and assessment for the Sunset Strip bid and approve the agreement for services to administer the district's work plan and with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. That concludes my report.
Well, excellent. That was concise. We will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 2 minutes. And if you haven't already, please submit your speaker slip to the City Clerk. Do we have any speakers on item 3A?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker, Sherry Franklin. Sherry, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Thank you. I'll keep this short. This is Cherie Franklin, Executive Board Member with the West Hollywood Chamber, and also a partner for Global in West Hollywood, a cannabis entity. But my firm, Urban Design Center, specializes in business improvement districts, and we were very excited to work as a board member with West Hollywood to position the chamber to effectively help both Sunset Strip and the design district with implementing their goals and objectives. And we spent a lot of time at the board level to think through strategies that will help move all the plans for marketing and branding and business development, and really synchronizing all the efforts between the bids and the chamber. And I think, as you can see, the outcomes have been great. We've also been able to work with the city to streamline some processes, some reporting. And I think it's a model concept. I work with many bids across the city of Los Angeles, and I can tell you that the strategy and way that the chamber has integrated its efforts with the bid is just exemplary. And I'm here to support their contract, and thank you for your support as well.
Thank you, Sherry. Are there any other comment?
No, Mayor, we don't have any other speakers.
Okay. Do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this public hearing? Councilmember Horvath?
I was going to move to close the public hearing and move staff's recommendation.
Okay, and we have a second? Yes, second. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Ready for a vote? Any comments from my right side here? Okay. All right. Let's vote. And the motion passes 5-0. We are on now to Public hearing, item 3B, adoption of a resolution confirming the West Hollywood Design District annual report and levying an assessment for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and approval of an agreement for administering the program of work for the West Hollywood with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members?
I believe we all received the same correspondence from our CEO from the chamber regarding this item.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Thank you. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the extremely abbreviated staff report?
Hi, Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, Paulo Casperdet, Management Analyst with the City of West Hollywood. Joined with me is the Director of Economic Development, John Leonard. Item 3B is regarding the city's annual levy and assessment of the design district bid. Again, this bid is governed by their own advisory board and is assessed from members within their district who provide direction on the work plan and their activities to promote their area. Prior to this meeting tonight, the city has not received any protests regarding the public hearing to reestablish this bid. Additionally, the report tonight includes a report of activities for fiscal year 22 and the work plan for fiscal year 23. Earlier this afternoon, you also received a memo for this item which outlined the minor clerical errors that were found within the contract. These errors do not affect the work plan or the assessment of the district. So staff recommends that the City Council approve the resolution to confirm and levy the assessments for the West Hollywood Design District bid and approve the agreement of services to administer the district's work plan with the West.
Oh, you froze. John Leonard, do you want to just, oh, okay. Okay, so, right, we're going to approve, and to approve the program of work with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, I think is what you were saying when you froze.
Yes.
We will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 2 minutes. And if you haven't already, please submit your speaker slip to the City Clerk. Are there any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor. Cherie Franklin wished to speak on this item as well.
Okay.
Cherie, press *6 again to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. I will just, this is Cherie Franklin again. I'll ditto my comments that I presented for Sunset Strip BID, but I did want to make sure, and I know you know, Genevieve Morale would be here, but she's attending a memorial service, so I just wanted to let you know that. And I thank you for your support of the Chamber's efforts.
Thank you very much. Any members of council have any questions of staff?
I do.
Oh, you do? Yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So, John or David, I guess I just want to. So the Design District Streetscape program is currently underway, and I guess what I'm wondering is, have we considered offsetting the costs of making this contribution while the businesses along the streets that are currently under construction, my guess is, will be and are experiencing some loss of revenue. And yet I don't think we have made a change in the cost of the bid.
So I can start by addressing that. So the bid costs are something that is agreed to by the businesses, and they set the assessment structure. It hasn't changed for this bid in a number of years, but they do set the assessment structure. So this type of a change where there essentially wouldn't be an assessment for this year and the city would backfill that amount would require a change to this agreement. And so we would have to work with our city attorney to determine how that would work for this year if we wanted to do that.
I bring it up because I was under the impression that the first move of the Melrose Streetscape project was going to be east of La Cienega, and then suddenly the trees were cut down and the area west of La Cienega was under construction. I just wonder if those businesses I mean, it's possible I was, missed an email or a decision-making meeting. And so I'm just putting out there, maybe in advance of, as this drags on and businesses may or may not see a reduction in business. But I do think, along Santa Monica Boulevard, when we did a similar renovation of Santa Monica, there was a lot of effort put towards making sure we knew businesses were open. Perhaps it's a smaller stretch and there's not as much concern, but I'm just raising my sensitivity to it, and maybe I'm more sensitive because I just can't turn left up my street. But I know if I'm not turning left up my street, patrons are not turning left to park and go to those businesses. So I'm just putting out there that this may get more complicated over time. I'm happy to vote for it. I'm glad you brought it forward. I'm glad the West Hollywood Design District continues to do their hard work, but we have changed quite dramatically what's going on in those 4 blocks.
And we can reach out to the individual businesses and see if there are having impacts and see if there are things that can help those individual businesses, such as waiving parking credits or things like that. So we don't have to change the entire assessment structure, but provide assistance to businesses as needed.
Yeah, and I would add that in that situation, some of those incentives we may be able to provide, such as waiving parking credits, end up being significantly more than the fee structure for this business improvement district. So that may be more beneficial to the businesses. We also will continue to work with the business improvement district in the design district to help them in other ways to market the bid and maybe enhance some of the services we're providing to them during this time period of the streetscape improvements.
Okay. Any other questions? And I will now close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? We have a motion, Councilmember Erickson. We have a second, Councilmember D'Amico, and we have a vote. And the motion passes 5-0. We will now hear public hearing item 3C, confirmation of the levy of an assessment for the Santa Monica Boulevard Maintenance District for fiscal year 2022-2023 pursuant to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? No, hearing none. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
The public hearing was noticed as required by law.
Thank you. Will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Hi, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name again is Paulo Kesperdet, Management Analyst, and joining along with me is John Leonard, the Director of Economic Development. Item 3C is regarding the Santa Monica Boulevard Landscaping and Lighting District. This bid is not necessarily governed by an advisory board. However, this is a property-based bid and where the property owners pay into the bid for improvements within the Santa Monica Boulevard area with landscape and lighting. Some projects that you might have seen in previous times were the cleanup of sidewalks along Santa Monica Boulevard, as well as the holiday lighting that appears during the holidays for the Santa Monica Boulevard area. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the resolution to confirm and levy the assessment for the Santa Monica Boulevard Landscape and Lighting District.
Thank you very much. We will now receive comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Are there any comment? No.
We do not have any public comments. Thank you.
Okay. Do any members of the council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this public hearing? I will close this public hearing. And I see that we have a motion to adopt. Oh, do we have a motion? We had a motion, Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember D'Amico. We're ready for a vote. And motion passes 5-0. And we are now done with our public hearings. Okay, moving right along. Okay. We are now at item 4B. Unfinished business, potential commercial and residential vacancy tax measures for the ballot of the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election. The City Council will provide staff with direction regarding whether to continue to pursue placing commercial and/or residential vacancy tax measures on the November 8th, 2022 ballot based on voter polling results, the review of information on commercial and residential vacancy taxes in other jurisdictions, and staff's analysis. And we are ready for this staff report.
Council members, I'm going to give a really brief overview of the item tonight, and then I will turn it over to Richard Bernard with FM3, who's going to present the polling survey results of the survey that was conducted regarding this item in May, and then I will be available for questions as council discusses the matter. So in April, the council directed staff to look at the potential placing both a commercial and residential vacancy tax on the November ballot. Typically, the first step that the city takes when looking at potential ballot measures is to have polling conducted to see if voters are supportive of the measures. So as I mentioned, Richard Bernard from FM3 is here tonight to provide the results of the polling that was conducted last month in May. Those results were also provided to the council via supplemental memorandum, which was transmitted on Friday. After Mr. Bernard's presentation, staff is requesting that council provide further direction to staff regarding the two potential measures. Specifically, we're requesting direction as to whether staff should continue to pursue both of the measures, and if so, staff is requesting specifics on some of the details of the measures, including what commercial and residential units should be included, how should vacancy be defined, what tax rates should be used, and how should the revenue generated be used. So at this time, I'm going to pull up the presentation and let Richard provide that presentation.
Thank you, John. While you prepare it, I want to thank the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the council members and staff for inviting me to present the results of the voter survey. First, next slide. So I'll start with the methodology. We conducted a dual mode survey, which means both online and on the phone, between May 7th and the 26th of this year. We interviewed a random sample of 503 West Hollywood voters who are likely to vote in the November 2022 election based on their past voter history or if they've recently registered to vote. Questions asked of everyone, as the margin of error is plus or minus 4.4. I'll bring that up a couple of times in the presentation. In some circumstances, because we had so many questions and we wanted to test different framings, we randomly selected half the sample to hear some items, random half for the others. And one of the questions, we tracked the results from earlier surveys conducted on behalf of the city, and I'll show that in a moment. We contacted folks through telephone, email, and text, and the survey, as always in West Hollywood, was available in English, Russian, and Spanish. If you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I attribute that entirely to rounding error. Next slide, please. First, I want to, as we do for all your surveys that we've conducted, just get a sense of the pulse, the mood of the folks in the city. We said, thinking about City of West Hollywood in general, would you say things were generally headed in the right direction, or would you say things were off on the wrong track? You can see that this is tracked from previous surveys, and I've indicated on the left-hand side for the various years that that question was asked, who were the participants in that particular survey. In some cases, it was all voters. In some cases, it was reduced likely voters, and in some cases, it was all residents. In this case, as I indicated before, in 2022, it was voters who are likely to vote in the November 2022 general election. You could see 46% feel that things are heading in the right direction in plurality, 39 in the wrong track, 16% said they didn't know not to offer an opinion. These are similar numbers to all residents in 2021 and down considerably from June 2020. I can tell you comparatively to the other cities that I've been tracking in the last month or so, numbers in terms of direction of the city or the county have gone down quite considerably. partly due to the increase in the CPI at a 20-year high, as well as gas prices. People are generally in a less than positive mood, even if the city can't be responsible for that. So the numbers here reflect similar numbers in some cities. I've seen lower numbers in some areas and higher numbers in others. Next slide, please. So the balance of the survey, I'm going to focus on the commercial vacancy tax question and the rental vacancy tax question. You should know that a random half the sample heard the commercial vacancy tax first, and a random heard the rental vacancy tax first. There appears to be no impact on the order placed on the ballot. So I'm just going to present the commercial vacancy tax first, and then for the sake of ease and being able to follow, I'll then move on to the rental vacancy tax. So we produced a question that your legal counsel reviewed. I realize that ultimately it will be the council's decision whether they move forward or what it will include with consultation with legal counsel, but nonetheless, I'm sure you can appreciate I have to ask something. So we tested a question that established commercial vacancy tax of $250 per linear foot on ground floor commercial storefront properties left empty for 6 months or more, and it would generate approximately $1 million annually until ended by voters. And after we read this question to voters on the phone, or they read it if they were online, we said, if there were an election today, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? Next slide, please. And you can see on this slide, if they said yes, we asked them, is that definitely or probably yes, because we want to know the intensity of the level of support. If they said no, we asked them definitely or probably no, because we want to know the intensity of the opposition. If they were undecided, we pushed them a little and said, well, would you lean yes or would you lean no? If they said they lean yes, we put them in the yes camp. If they said they lean no, we put them in the no camp. And 8% of the respondents for this particular measure said they were still undecided and needed to know more before they had resolved where they would like to place their vote. So on the initial vote, we're at 64 yes, 28% no, 8% undecided. I'll remind you, this is a 2/3 measure, dedicated measure. And so if we look at the data a little bit closer, the definitely yes is quite modest for a 2/3 measure. Usually I like to see numbers in the low to high 30s, low 40s on an initial vote. I'll also point out the definitely no is extremely low. Usually we see a floor of about 20%. I'll remind you the last two measures, financial measures that the city undertook and were successful at the ballot vote were 50+1 simple majority measures. So that this threshold is clearly higher. And the other thing I want to point out is that the undecided lean, yes and no, and then the undecided end up being 18%, which is a high percentage of undecided on an initial vote. Probably not surprising because most people have never heard of commercial vacancy tax measure. As you well know, it's only been implemented in a small number of jurisdictions so far in the state of California. So if I'm looking at a 64% being very positive about this measure, if you look at the margin of error, at a high end, it's at 68.4. The low end is 59.6 for an initial vote, and we'll see how it changes as we move forward. Next slide, please. I wanted to show you one demographic slide. We looked at the results by homeowners and renters. The blue bar represents the total yes on the initial vote. That dark blue is the definitely yes, and the bright blue is the probably and undecided lean yes. That orange bar, the folks who said definitely, probably, or lean no. So that orange bar is the total no on the initial vote, and the gray are the folks who are undecided. The percentages at the bottom, underneath the words homeowners and renters, are the percentages that we anticipate will make up of a likely November 2022 electorate. You'll notice it doesn't quite equal 100% because some folks chose not to volunteer whether they were a homeowner or renter. That being said, you could see that renters are more supportive than homeowners to this commercial vacancy tax, and the differential is 11 points, 69% for renters and 58% for homeowners. We'll see the same slide a little bit later for the rental tax. Next slide, please. We also introduced what we said, regardless of whether you support this measure or not, how do you feel or how important do you think it should be that these items are either funded by the measure or these are aspirational outcomes as a result of the measure. And we gave them the option of extremely important, which is the dark blue, very important, which is the mid-color blue. I've aggregated the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. That light blue is somewhat important. The orange is not too important, and the gray are the folks who said they didn't know enough to offer an opinion. And as you could see over the next two slides, there are a high percentage of folks who say that these items are extremely or very important. The two top ones here, really, this is where we randomized it, and half the folks heard one and half the folks heard another, and an example of how a slight change of wording can make a difference in the level of support. Clearly, voters find it more important by extremely or very important, to help retain local businesses framing versus helping retain long-standing businesses. Similarly, with increasing security in commercial areas and helping prevent rundown commercial areas, there's a differential, not much on the extremely or very important, but you could see there's a 11-point gap in the extremely important from 43 to 32. So how you frame this really does matter. Next slide, please. And I'll point out one other item that scored quite well, and that's protecting the character of West Hollywood. There, 65% said that was extremely or very important. Next slide, please. And now I want to show you the vote as we run through a simulation of educational outreach and potential opposition. On the left-hand side, you'll recall, I just showed this to you a moment ago, the initial commercial vote was 64 yes, 28 no, 8% undecided, with a modest 32% definitely yes. After telling the respondents what the money could be used for, sort of aspirational outcomes as to why you're doing this, and some educational statements such as, the desire to protect local businesses from being driven out of the community, we re-asked that ballot question. And then the support moved up 9 points to 73%, total yes, 22% we're now at no, but of course we didn't say anything. You'll still notice that we have about 12% who are soft or undecided lean. And if I use that margin of error, that's a educational outreach that assumes that the city and others will provide educational outreach. As you know, you can't advocate. The margin of error at 73 is either 77.4 or 68.6. So just slightly above the margin of error, and this is the high water mark. And then we introduced some oppositional statements, one of which included reminding them about the impact of COVID-19 on property owners, and this would be another blow to them. We re-asked the ballot question again. Their support went down 3 points, and opposition stayed about the same. So that margin of error at the end of the day was 70.4 on the high end, or 65.6 on the low end. So you're just sort of on the bubble if you pursued this, and there was some opposition, assuming you also did some educational outreach. I can tell you that definitely yes, at the end of the day, 37% is extremely modest for a 2/3 measure, but the definitely no is very, makes the measure in play because it's only 15%, but you again still have a lot of soft voters. Now, next slide, I'm going to move into the rental vacancy tax. Next slide. And here, again, with the proviso that it will be in your well-trusted hands to make any decisions of what it would include if you want to move forward at all. We asked a rental vacancy tax for multi-unit apartments that are left vacant for 6 months or more annually at $3,000 per unit. It would generate approximately $600,000 annually until ended by voters. Having read that to them, or them reading it online, next slide please, we asked them again, if there were an election today, how would you vote? You could see the vote here at 66 yes, 29 no, 5% undecided. Again, I'll remind you that definitely yes, it's a little bit better than it was on the commercial vacancy tax, but it's still modest, partly, I believe, attributed to the fact that most people have never heard about a rental vacancy tax before. So this is all new to them. Overall, that's 66%. If I look at the margin of error, on the high end, you're at 70.4. On the low end, you're at 61.6 for the initial vote. So again, you know, you're on the bubble. The definitely no is a little bit higher. It's about that floor that I generally expect to see on a revenue measure. And again, this is the 2/3 +1 measure. Next slide, please. Again, I'll show you the demographics for homeowners and renters. Again, the blue is the total yes. That dark blue is definitely yes. The orange is total no, and the gray is undecided on the initial votes. And again, homeowners make up 30% of likely November 2022 electorate, renters 65%. You'll notice that renters are much more supportive now than homeowners. That gap of 74 to 54 is a 20-point gap in favor of renters over homeowners. Homeowners are less likely to support this. I'll remind you the gap on that commercial vacancy tax was only 11 points, 69 renters, 58 homeowners. So these are the same people. So there was a little bit more support on the homeowner side, a little less support, interestingly, on the renter side. Next slide, please. We again introduced, for this particular measure, we said regardless of whether you support the measure or not, how important would it be to include some of these items to be funded or some aspirational outcomes as a result of it. Again, the extremely important is the dark blue, very important. It's a mid-color blue, and I've aggregated the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. And you can see the top items are addressing that the money could be used to address homelessness, funding affordable housing, addressing the housing shortage, a different frame, not much difference in outcome. And then if we go to the next slide, I'll run through our simulation of education and potential opposition. Here, the initial vote on the right-hand side for the residential vote, for the residential tax question, I've already shown it to you once. It was 66 yes, 29 no, 5% undecided. After telling them what the money could be used for, or some aspirational, as well as aspirational outcomes, and introducing some potential educational messages, suggesting homes are for people and not for investment speculators, basically explaining what this was about. Support goes up to 73%, so that's an increase of 7 points. Notice that the definitely yes is at 45%. That's the highest that you get on any of the questions all night that I'm presenting. 22% oppose this. We haven't said anything negative yet, and you have only 8% who are undecided, so a lot less undecided on this particular rental vacancy tax. And then finally, we introduced some oppositional statements, including that there is no evidence, in spite of the fact that this has been introduced in other jurisdictions, not many though, but in other jurisdictions, there is no evidence that this will increase housing inventory. That's what some of the opposition folks would say. And we re-asked the ballot question. Their support drops from 73 to 70. Opposition increases modestly to 24, never goes up as high as the initial vote where it was at 29%. The definitely yes is modest at 39% for a 2/3 measure. This again assumes outreach on behalf of the city and others. And in this simulation, it assumes potential opposition. If you use that margin of error again for 70 for that total yes on the last vote, you're at a 74.4 on the high end and 65.6 on the low end. Again, somewhat within the bubble. You're never beyond the margin of error for your last votes on either measure. If we go to the next slide, I'll show you a head-to-head. I took everyone who said definitely, probably, or lean yes on each of the votes, that initial vote, vote after education, and opposition. On the left-hand side is the commercial vacancy tax. On the right-hand side is the rental vacancy tax. That orange are the folks who said definitely, probably, or lean no. You will always notice it's always been very modest. And then the undecided are the gray at the bottom. You can see statistically it doesn't look very much different between the two measures. I'll tell you, I'll just remind you at the end, after opposition for the commercial vacancy tax, 37% said they definitely would vote yes. And after the opposition statement on the rental vacancy tax, 39% said they would definitely vote yes. So really not much statistical difference between them. Next slide, please. We then said, well, what happens if both measures were on the same ballot? And we gave them the option, would you vote yes only on the commercial vacancy tax, only on the rental tax, yes on both, or no on both, or they volunteered they didn't know. If I add up the 9% and the 60%, the 9% that said commercial vacancy tax only, and the 60% that said they'd vote both, you're at 69%. Yes on the only on the rental vacancy tax plus the yes on both, you're at 68%. Statistically, no real difference. You're on, within the margin of error of passing and failing, but you're very, it's a potential for definitely for a 2/3 measure. If I can conclude now, jumping 2 slides, both the commercial vacancy tax and the rental vacancy tax appear to be viable at this time after education and opposition statements are presented. If you choose not to do any kind of education, all bets are off because people don't know what this is, and there was too many people who are undecided or soft on the yes side. However, initial support for the commercial vacancy tax ballot measure was below the 2/3, but within the margin of error of passage. Initial support for the rental vacancy tax was at 66%, again within the margin of error. The intensity of support was quite modest for most of the survey. The intensity of opposition was quite modest throughout the survey. Next slide, please. In the case of the order of the ballot, the survey clearly indicates that the ordering does not matter. So how you choose to place it on, if you choose to place any or all on, is frankly up to you. And with respect to the commercial vacancy tax, the most important reasons to support the measure include helping retain local small businesses, increase security in commercial areas, and protecting the character of West Hollywood. Next slide. And finally, on the rental vacancy tax, the most important reasons to support the measure include the funds would go to West Hollywood's homeless assistance and affordable housing effort, or so we asked that. We framed it within that ballot question. And that the measure would discourage investment speculators so that apartments would be freed up for people to live in them. And with that, thank you for your patience. I know it was a long presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'll stay as long as you need me to be.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have any questions before we go to the public?
I have
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I have a question, but it's for John Leonard. Do we have any guarantees that these fees would not be passed on to renters of either residential or commercial spaces if this tax were to be passed?
No, a landlord of either a residential or commercial property can set the rent as they see fit when it goes to market. So they could pass on those costs if they want to.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Richard. I'll start with you. Do you know the makeup or the demographics of the people that you surveyed?
Yes, happy to share that.
Thank you.
First of all, you should know that, again, it was likely November 2022 voters. We looked at your registered voters and determined who's likely based on their past voter history or if they've recently registered to vote. In terms of party, 72% are Democrats. And so the results of the survey, we made sure that the people who responded mirrored the likely scenario of the universe of likely voters. There, 72% of voters we anticipate will be Democrat, 7% Republican, and 21% either no party preference, declined to state, or some third party. By gender, we let folks self-identify, and there we had 59% who were male, which is consistent with the demographics of the city's likely November voters. The females were 40%, and 1% identified as gender nonconforming and non-binary. Among homeowners, again, as I mentioned in the presentation, and this was again self-identified, but we had 30% who said they were homeowners either of a single-family home or a commercial home. 65% said they rented an apartment or a home, and 5% preferred not to tell us. 10% were Latino or Hispanic, again self-identified, but it mirrors the percentages we anticipate of the likely electorate. 3% were African American, 70% were identified as white, 3% Pacific Islander, 7% identified as ethnic or another ethnic or racial group, or they said, well, I'm identifying multiple groups, and 7% said they preferred not to say. And we geographically, we have 33% who we made sure that this was weighted correctly, and it pretty much fell in line. 33% are west of La Cienega, so west side. 42% are city center, so between east of La Cienega, west of Fairfax, and 25% were east of Fairfax. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you. And then apologies, I don't know if you said this before, but in terms of how you contacted them, was it a cell phone or was it a landline when you made calls?
Sure. So we contacted folks by telephone, which included cell phones and landlines. And these days in polling, there are not a lot of landline folks. It's disproportionately mostly cell phones. We also contacted them if they were going to randomly be selected to do it online, through email or text invitation. So we had 3 contact methods.
And you might not be able to answer this question, but because I'm a PDI person, in terms of the voter profile, what type of Democrat was it? So it's like, you know how they classify people as, well, we all know how people get classified in these voter universes, but could you dissect that 72% Democrat a little bit more for us?
I could not.
You could not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. John, I just have a couple of questions for you. Do we know, or have we consulted any landlords or homeowners in terms of the potential Ellis Act actions that could be seen as a result of this? And then Richard, identically, were voters or the people that you polled ever made aware that, hey, one of the biggest things that landlords can do within respect to this is that they can actually Ellis you out of your home and you can no longer be there if they choose to make it so expensive to not be in the rental game anymore? Was that ever an opposition statement, or like what type of opposition statements were used? And Richard can answer. Yeah, whoever wants to start.
John, do you want to?
Yeah. We have not done outreach on the items yet. That would be one of the next steps.
Okay. And is it fair to say you want to know about the opposition statement with respect to the rental portion, correct? The rental question?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, yeah, happy to share that. We presented 4 statements, of which everyone heard 3. One dealt with experts say similar taxes in other cities have done little to increase rental inventory, and there's no evidence that housing became more affordable. This measure simply won't work. It will just lead to more bureaucracy and red tape. Another one was this is just too much government control of the decisions West Hollywood property owners get to make over their own properties. City government already outlawed property owners from renting out their homes as short-term Airbnbs. Now they want to control how long an apartment owner can take to fill a vacancy. What will be next? We also said this measure is unenforceable. There's no reasonable way to know or monitor about apartments when apartments are unoccupied. Trying to enforce it will cost taxpayers more than the tax it will generate. And finally, this tax is based on an assumption that it's simply false. West Hollywood has a low vacancy rate. People are not hoarding unoccupied apartment units, this measure simply is unnecessary and ill-conceived. We did not mention the app that you referred to.
Great. John, when the city of LA tried to do this in 2020, I believe, did we reach out to them at all to identify why they ultimately chose not to, or what was the status there? I understand that would be a COVID hot year, so they might have had other things to do, but it is still something I'm wondering if we did any outreach to the city of LA, who kind of mirrors us in so many areas.
We have not reached out to the city of LA to discuss why they didn't bring their measure forward.
What is the vacancy rate again for the city of West Hollywood?
I don't know the specific vacancy rate for the city of West Hollywood, but the vacancy rate in LA County is at an all-time low at this point. It's about 3.5%, which we noted in the supplemental memo. It's likely similar in West Hollywood. So that's the information we have at this point.
Those are all my questions for right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you. Richard or John, or maybe the city attorney. And by the way, Richard, that was a pretty nice, tight presentation. Thank you very much. You might want to go to the JPIA and offer your presentation services. That said, I'm just slightly confused, and this always confuses me. So this measure requires 66.6, but the cannabis tax, because we didn't list what it would be spent on, was 50%. So could this be 50% if we didn't list what it would be spent on?
Yes, so I can address that. So yes, and if you don't specify what the funds are used for, it could be 50%. Difference is that in order to put a 50% measure on the ballot, 4 out of 5 council members need to approve placing it on the ballot. With a 2/3 majority measure, which is where you're specifying what the funds are used for, just a majority of council, so 3 out of 2 council members need to approve that. So that's the difference.
I think Richard might have had a slightly different answer, but if he's going to go with yours, I'll go with yours.
John's much smarter than me, but I guess my question, I won't have an answer, but my question, this would be for the city attorney. If this is considered a parcel tax, then my understanding is the parcel tax does require 2/3.
These are not parcel taxes. These are vacancy taxes. So it's on the activity.
For sure that's right.
Yeah, it's a tax on the activity of leaving a commercial or residential unit vacant. It's not on the parcel itself.
So Richard, I mean, given we don't know if there's 4 votes, to agree gravity exists, we won't, get into the voting. But does that change much of your opinion about the percentages if we were targeting 50% versus 66?
It does. But then I would recommend that the illustrative examples that you have used in the past for the sales tax and the cannabis tax, you would use homeless and housing as illustrative examples for the rental and business retaining as small businesses as illustrative an example for the commercial one, because they clearly score well and people see the nexus, but again, it will be ultimately up to the council if it's put on the ballot and if it passes, for the council to decide where the money would go.
This question is for John. What is the process once we get, so let's say this did pass tonight. What are the next steps? And are there other votes that have to happen here?
Yes, so another vote will need to occur in August to actually approve the variety of resolutions and documents that we need to transmit to the county to actually place the item on the ballot. So if we receive direction from the council tonight to move forward with both of the items or one of the items, we would go back and work to draft the regulations. I would note that the drafting of the regulations are a little bit more complicated and lengthy for this type of a measure than it was for the sales tax or cannabis measures. Essentially, for the sales tax and cannabis measures, we're just increasing that tax rate or creating a new tax rate on something. But for this, we actually have to create the regulations that would go into place for the item as well. So we would work on that over the next month to month and a half, as well as the documents that are actually needed to place it on the ballot and bring it back at the first meeting in August for the final vote from the council to place it on the ballot.
So let me just give you a scenario then. If we were to vote this evening to approve that both of these items got on the ballot, and we decided to do it with the 50% with the general, and we had our 4 votes, and you came back with language in August, or whenever it is that you come back with language, and all of a sudden we don't have 4 votes, can we change to go to the special election, special ballot, or no?
I don't believe we can change the documents that night. The documents need to be approved as they are presented that night.
Is that right? I just want to check with the city attorney as well.
I think it would be a complicated thing to do at the meeting on the fly, because the whole point of a special tax is you specify where the money's going, and that's part of the whole program. And so to come up with what that would be the night of the meeting, I think would be very challenging.
And wouldn't then, if it wasn't on the, if that occurred, what the mayor was saying, and if the county is administering all the elections now, we would have to hold a special election. I'm just saying if it went down that path, but then the city would have to pay for a special election if stuff were to occur and we were to move forward in a way, right?
Right, but that's in your control. If you wanted to do this at a later date, we would have a discussion about when that would make sense and what that would cost the city, and we would have a discussion about doing that next year. So the conversation tonight would be about getting it on for November.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to say that the question is, we have to weigh then whether we go with our, maybe not guaranteed, but 3 votes and a special tax versus 4 votes and a general tax. So that's just something for my colleagues to think about. If there are no further questions, okay. Yes, please do.
Richard, I was looking over your presentation, and I know that the margin of error puts this in anyone's toying cost of kind of how elections go. But as you've seen these elections go, I mean, if you're giving us your professional opinion right now, does this have 2/3 to be approved by the voters?
Well, I wish it was a more well-known tax. It would make my life a lot easier in advising you. My advice is that it is somewhat of a coin toss, that you could be close, but I can recommend one definitive thing, and you are short on time, so you should know that there is public outreach to explain what this is and the purpose of it. That will be critical in getting to that 2/3. And I'm mindful that once, if the council in their wisdom decides to place one or both on the ballot, you are then restricted as to what you can do in terms of public outreach. And perhaps actors outside of the purview of the city could take on the mantle, which is probably beyond the scope of discussion tonight.
But then you have to assume that while your opposition statements were one thing, the opposition statements that would come about from people who would not want this on the ballot probably will be more aggressive than what you said. Like the reason why I asked the Ellis Act question.
It is possible that, I could only sort of represent what I asked staff they believe would be said in the city. And the same is true on the educational side. It assumes a certain quality of educational statements. That's the best I can do is simulate this. There's not, there's Oakland, there's San Francisco, there's not a lot of textbook examples like there was in the cannabis and the sales tax. You really are on the forefront of this activity. And so some of it, they'll be learning from what you folks end up deciding either to do or not to do.
This question is for John, but there are cities that have done one or the other or both, and we could potentially look at their opposition statements to see what they brought forward. Although
Sure.
no two cities are alike, but
Yeah, as we would move this forward, if that's the will of the council, we would look at the handful of other cities that have done this and certainly study their items more.
okay, thank you.
You should know we did do that in preparation for this poll. So we didn't just randomly choose arguments on either side. They were, I believe they were well thought out, but to Councilman Erickson's point, certainly others could bring up other issues. We had 20 minutes testing two fairly unknown measures, and we did a battery to the best of our ability on both sides for both measures.
Got it, thank you. If there are any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Okay, we have some public commenters.
Yes, Mayor, we have one in Zoom and we have two, I believe, in council chambers.
All right, let's do Zoom first.
Okay, Blake Perez, if you could please press *6. You will have 2 minutes to provide public comment on item 4B.
Hi, my name is Blake Perez. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I speak on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of Greater Los Angeles to speak in opposition of placing a vacancy tax on the November ballot. We believe a vacancy tax on commercial property is wholly unnecessary and unfairly punitive given current economic conditions. The underlying assumption that property owners left to their own devices would otherwise leave rentable space vacant is incorrect. Property owners are very motivated, especially in these unprecedented times, to keep existing tenants and lease vacant space as soon as possible. If your business model is to rent space to other businesses, vacant space is devastating. So we strongly urge council to look at other means to promote affordable housing and economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Mayor, that was our only speaker in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. We have two public speakers, Gerard Wright, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening to you all. Gerard Wright, Government Affairs Director of the Greater LA Realtors. We were happy to be at the inaugural WeHo Pride yesterday, and our mascot, Fair Hosman, was very happy to see everyone's smiling faces out there on Santa Monica Boulevard. So congratulations to you all there. I'm speaking on behalf of the association in opposition to bringing this to the ballot. And there was one important little detail that I think John might have misspoke on, but I wanted to at least clarify. In the staff report, page 5, under requirements, because this is going to be a special tax and you're specifying what it requires, you will need 4 votes of the council, regardless of, and it says in your own staff report, so you might need to get some clarification there on that based on your comments between 3 members or 4 members, because this is a special tax. Regardless if this is parcel or not, you're specifying what it's going towards. And I have experience with that in another lifetime with a transportation sales tax. But I wanted to also highlight an important detail in terms of the vacancy tax and what this means because of the changing environment in both residential and commercial spaces. With COVID, it opened a lot of folks' eyes in terms of how much space for a business they actually need. From the larger, we may need 10,000 square feet. Some are actually looking at 3,000 square foot leases, actually reducing their footprint because of remote work. Should we now penalize those bigger companies or bigger office spaces because now, hey, the environment has changed, so we're going to penalize them for it because of a changing condition? That doesn't seem right. It seems like taxation without representation. In addition, on the residential side, the same things occurred. And even though there's a 3.5% vacancy rate in LA County, West Hollywood, if you add a fee, and to, I think, Councilmember Horvath's point, if that's going to be passed down to the renter, that means an additional cost of rent. And that doesn't make things more affordable. You're actually creating more vacancies potentially because folks can't afford it. So just tread very, very carefully on this, because the more you add on the taxes and fees, the more you're doing to undo the very essence of what I think you have good intentions, but it's just the wrong approach. And I think the other element here too, the methodology and the numbers of the messaging on discouraging vacant rental units and protecting small businesses is kind of counterintuitive with an increased tax.
Thank you
so
very
very
much.
much. Have a great rest of the evening.
Steve Martin, please.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. And I want to thank you for investing in having Richard Bernard do this, because he does such a great job and he's so credible. And I think the numbers speak for themselves. I'm just going to be brutally blunt, and I don't mean to be, because I think the vacancy tax is something that we could use. It's a good tool. The tax on commercial, but also the tax on residential, because I think a lot of landlords are claiming that they're not renting their units and they're just Airbnb-ing them and short-term renting them. I don't know how to handle that. Well, I do, but it's going to be a big investment in time and effort on the part of the city to address that. But to be brutally honest, this is not going to win in November. There's no way this is going to win in November. You've got a 39% of the people in West Hollywood saying the city's off in the wrong direction. And the closest you came to that high number was in 2016 at 36%, when we were in the middle of the Ian Owens controversy and the Michelle Rex trial and the controversies over the council deputies. I mean, this is not a good number for the city. And unless all of you are going to go to bat for this tax and campaign hard for it, and I don't see that happening because that didn't really happen during the increase for the sales tax, I just don't see this as happening. You've got a November election where everybody's pandering, wanting to collect campaign contributions from the Chamber of Commerce, the developers, the realtors out here. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth and say, I'm for this tax, but I'm taking all this money from developers. But that's the reality of what's going to happen. They're going to spend $150,000, $250,000, $350,000 to defeat this, and I just don't see that kind of money coming out to do it. Do this another time. Do this in June. If you do this in June, you might be able to get this to pass. Especially, and I hate saying this, but I just think it's setting yourself up for failure for November. Sorry.
Thank you, Steve. John Leonard, could you come back?
Mayor, we did have an additional request for a speaker in Zoom.
Okay.
Okay. Sharif Franklin, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment on this item.
Thank you. Again, Sharif Franklin with Hollywood Chamber of Commerce as well as Urban Design Center. And I just want to echo that I would, me personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of the chamber because we haven't talked about it yet, but this is not a good idea. I think that the challenge is, many retailers are trying to figure out how to make something happen. I think that's what we've experienced in many communities. Maybe resources, can be put towards helping them figure out how to deal with the changing market as it pertains to adaptive reuse of their existing spaces, what kind of laws are in the books to help them figure that out. You have a lot of mom and pop owners who are not in the business of real estate development and planning and going out into the real capital market we have now for retail. Very different than it used to be. Secondly, as you know, many of the cannabis retailers are having a hard time, and I'm speaking specifically on behalf of myself and Danny Shaker, our building that we have on 7614 Santa Monica Boulevard. It has been vacant, but not because we want it to be, because we're still working through the process. We just got approved in October. I think there are many cannabis retailers that are holding space and trying to figure out how to make it happen. You also have different people who are having trouble getting tenants in that can't pay their rent. So that's also a reason why there's so much vacancy right now. The market is deplorable for retailers, and putting a tax on people at this time without equally providing support, I think would be a travesty. This is Sheree, and I'm done.
Thank you, Sherry. John Leonard, can you kind of address that issue of the difference between a vacant space and someone, for example, in Sherry's position where they are actually working on a business?
So it would depend on how we wrote the regulations and the policy for this item. In other locations in San Francisco, in Oakland, there have been exemptions for people that have building permits in place or are applying for those building permits and are working through that process. So there could be different exemptions that we could put in place that would allow people, the time to construct their tenant improvements and get those approvals from the city if they are still waiting to do that and moving through that process.
Right. So in other words, this can be tailored so that it is addressing actual vacant, unrented spaces versus spaces that are rented and just waiting to be able to get whatever it is they need to get to move forward.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you clarify for Mr. Wright the 3 versus 4 and the special versus general?
Yes, and I'll let our city attorney correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but for a 2/3 voter approval special tax, it requires a majority of the council. And for a 50% plus 1 voter approval, it requires 4/5 of the council. And I would ask our city attorney if that's correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And
That
it's correct in the staff report.
correct in the staff report. I think the confusion was, the conversation was, if you did a general tax, the requirement would be different. And so I think that's where the conversation maybe got a little crossed. But if it's a special tax, and I think the staff report spells it out correctly.
Yeah, so special tax is 3 council votes to get it on the ballot,
A higher
but
voter
66% or 67% yes.
Yes.
And then a general tax is 4 council members saying, yes, put it on the ballot, and 51%.
That's correct. I want to add one other thing that I don't know if anyone mentioned this. If you were to consider a general tax, I think the ballot question would be a little different than what Richard had put out, because I think the ballot question was thinking special tax, and so it was very specific about business assistance and very specific on what the money would be used for. And I think a general tax ballot question is written a little bit differently. So I just want to put that out there for consideration.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question for now is, Mr. Wright also brought up about office vacancies. You had a recommendation about how the vacant commercial space be defined. Can you share that with us?
Sure. And so this is also something we can refine as we're drafting the policy and the regulations, but our suggestion was it is only for street front commercial spaces, which is essentially street front retail. Certainly if there is a strip center along a commercial frontage, we would want that to be the first floor and the second floor of that type of building, but is not intended to be office and office high rises. If there was an office on the street level, we would want that to be included, or we would suggest that that's included, but it's not for larger office buildings.
Right, okay. Councilmember Erickson, do you have another question? Because you're on my list here. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I have a question for, I guess, something that Councilmember Erickson raised about the Ellis Act. And maybe this goes to the city attorney. I'm trying to understand a correlation that you're making, John. So I'm going to ask the city attorney if there are any concerns, or how does this affect the landlord's Ellis Act opportunities?
So I think the issue is this. The model ordinances we've seen in other cities apply to vacant rental units. And if you have taken a property off the rental market under Ellis, perhaps you're not a rental property anymore. So it might not be subject to the tax. And I think the question was, would this encourage property owners to Ellis buildings to avoid the tax? I think that's where the questioning was going. And I don't know that there's an answer to that. That's a policy question, and sometimes you don't know how these are going to play out, but I think that's the connection.
And to go on to my point, my question, which you did accurately describe, thank you, was also to reiterate what some of the public commenters were saying, was that there have been taxes, people are there, all of the things throughout the whole pandemic. And my reason why I asked that question, my reason why I asked that question is because I do know someone that got this call. Good job, Richard. They stayed on the phone with you for however long. And then they called me because they were engaged and they said, oh, what's going, are you doing something? And my question was, well, it's very general. And then I said, well, do you know about the Ellis Act? And then once I explained that to them, that's why I asked the opposition statement question. Their enthusiasm for the rental, for the vacancy tax went down because they were afraid, because there are a lot of, there are people in their building, but they are worried that more people are there's vacant units there, and he's worried that their landlord, who already doesn't do a lot for them, is just going to say, well, it costs too much, I'm done. I know there are consequences to doing the Ellis Act, and maybe you want to talk about that, but it did provide a lot of general anxiety for them when they're already dealing with COVID back rent and all that other stuff, and they worried if their landlord was going to just hold this against all tenants. And so it just created some confusion.
I understand what you're saying.
John, another question for you. So the staff recommendation said that a vacancy would be defined as 6 months empty. Now, if a landlord is, redoing the apartment, what happens in that situation?
So that could be the same situation as I described with the commercial vacancy, where someone is doing improvements to that unit. If there's an exemption for if there is an active building permit to make improvements to that unit, then that vacant time wouldn't count towards the 6 months if we implemented that type of an exemption.
Right. So, because I'm hearing on the one end, well, there's only a, 5% vacancy, and so, but then those landlords don't have to worry about it. If their units aren't vacant, they don't have to worry about it. And the same thing with, with commercial space. It's kind of like you can't have it both ways. The commercial space, you can say on both commercial and residential that landlords will then raise the rents, but then they won't be competitive to rent out their units. And they can't just pass it along to existing tenants, correct? At least for residential, without rent stabilization, it can't just be passed on without, it just can't be. So anyway, I don't necessarily agree with the concerns. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, I guess I'll just ask you the other questions that you had in the staff report. I think, well, maybe we already answered them. So the vacant commercial space, we would be talking about vacant commercial space on a ground floor of any building facing commercial, and possibly second, an upper story if it's like a strip mall where it's retail. And then on the vacant residential space, we're talking about multifamily residential rental space, correct? And
that's correct.
So so we're not looking at single-family homes, we're not looking at duplexes, we're not looking at condominiums. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we would not recommend looking at single-family homes and condominiums, particularly because of one of the slides Richard showed, that even with this measure that was just geared towards rental apartments, there was still stronger opposition with homeowners. So we would believe that if it included single-family homes that are ownership and condominiums, that opposition would grow and would likely bring it below a level that we would think it would be viable.
Right. And can we can always ask planning to look at the number of triplexes and fourplexes in the city to see if it's worthwhile including them. If the, should the magic number be 3+ or 4+ or 5+ is, I guess, my question.
Yes, if council wants to direct us to, so right now we were saying to include anything that is 3 units or more, so triplexes and above. We can certainly look to see how many triplexes and fourplexes there are in the city and kind of choose to include those or not, depending on how many there are within the city.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
I'm a little confused, John. I know that when we get multiple complaints about vacant properties at the city, like we have our vacant property map that we around the city that are some issues. I don't know if Danny Rivas is on, but I understand why you're talking about exempting single-family homes, but most of the vacant property complaints that require or bring about nuisance complaints, people complain of drug dens. I mean, all the things that are around there are single-family homes that are boarded up or not taken care of by the property owner, and then therefore they become a pain point for the community. And I think that this type of a tax would be exactly where you would want to put it on that type of a home, because then that way whoever owns that home has to actually do something for it. They not only have the punitive measures that we have as a city for those vacant properties, but now they have we have this other tool. So is Danny on to talk about our map? I'm putting him on the spot. I don't mean to,
well,
but
I can address that a little bit too, because it's really 2 different items that we're looking at. So the properties that are vacant and boarded up and are nuisances, we have a vacant property nuisance program to address that. And those penalties can be pretty significant. And I think that Danny can address that. But this is really encouraging property owners to not leave individual units vacant and not rent them out. And if a property becomes a nuisance property that's being broken into and causing issues like that, we have an even stricter policy to try to address that. I think Danny could probably talk about some of the penalties and the costs that people have to incur once they get into that nuisance abatement program.
Yeah, thanks, John. And good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Danny Rivas here, Director of Public Safety. We do have, as John had mentioned, we do have administrative citation fees that are more elevated than your normal type of code violations. And then also, as a part of our vacant property ordinance, we also have registration fees that we do apply. And those fees are based on the classification level of a vacant property. So we do, hit them from both a vacant property registration fee as well as an administrative citation fee if it gets to that point. And those could be very costly because if you have a vacant property, for instance, that has 6 or 7, if not more, types of violations, all of those violations essentially would start at, through the administrative citation process, at $1,000 a piece. And so it's a progressive fine schedule. So those $1,000 fees double the second time around to $2,000 each, and then go upwards to $5,000 each. So it does get very costly, as John Leonard had mentioned.
But collecting those fees can sometimes take quite some time, correct? If I remember that one vacant property on, what street was it, Westbourne or wherever it was, that took, 2 years? I mean, it was a blight on the community for 3 years. So although these fees are there to do exactly what you're saying, Danny and John, it's not like we can just tax that person and then get that money then. There's a whole level of follow-up that has to occur.
That is absolutely correct, Councilmember Erickson. applying a vacant property tax as obviously being proposed, and obviously the policy hasn't been written. It's not, hasn't come before you and the rest of the council. That is a more effective way, obviously, of applying that tax and that fee, as opposed to the registration fees or the fines. There is a whole recovery process, as you mentioned, that occurs. And in many cases, yes, folks don't follow through in terms of paying for those fees.
Thank you, Danny. So I think at this point, let's just take it one at a time in terms of if we have 3 votes for a residential vacancy tax for the November 8th ballot. Do we want to just put something up there, make a motion? Yeah.
I guess I want to, I'm happy to vote one way or the other, but I think we're not sort of acknowledging the bigger set of things that Steve Martin was alluding to, that this is probably has a lot of merit, but if we're not all in at 100%, it's probably not going to pass. And I think what I wonder about is how this solves the actual problems of the vacancies that are long-term vacancies, stubbornly long-term vacancies, not in the category of, drug dens, but the 70, 80 unit buildings that we built that are 70% occupied, and they continuously have a 30% vacancy rate at the $3,000 one-bedroom apartment. And conversely, Mr. Wright, didn't offer any suggestions for how to make those properties more appealing and rentable. And in addition, we have a number of very high-profile properties in our city that have been vacant for decades because they have a billboard. And there's nothing going to change about those. The Sterling Corporation on the Sunset Strip at La Cienega has had a building that's been vacant since before cityhood. And out front has a billboard at Doheny and Santa Monica Boulevard that has been vacant since easily the late 90s. So it's our assumption that something needs to motivate those landlords to put those properties into circulation. The bigger question is the sort of microclimate at, Curson and Santa Monica. Why isn't that rented? Or why doesn't Ben Soleimani rent his properties unless it has Ben Soleimani's name on it? Which, good for Ben. But, we have to sort of wonder about the microclimate. And in my mind, I think Steve raises the bigger question that this isn't going to pass, I don't think, if the entire city isn't sort of fed up with the way that businesses are running or property owners are renting their businesses and property owners are renting their apartments. And I just don't see that that's what the case is. I think we have some trouble with some very specific properties, some very specific business practices, but I don't know that the voting residents are going to get there. And I think Richard, said it several times in a quite clear and I don't believe slanted way. Usually he sees that number higher. Usually he sees, that number in the, I believe you said, high 30s, low 40s, and we just weren't there for people who were absolutely positively going to vote for that. So, if we can get 4 votes and put this on the ballot and get a 50% margin, I think we can get this passed, and then we can work with the city manager once the tax revenue comes in, like we are for the cannabis, and figure out how to spend it. But if we don't have that, then I don't think I want to vote for this, because I don't think it will pass if it requires 2/3 of the voters.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pick up on that comment. The staff report does not, while it shows us places where this has been explored, it doesn't indicate that there was a correlation between implementation of a vacancy tax and actually occupying these spaces. We also heard tonight that that one of the biggest incentives was for according to what the feedback came in our survey, is that cost, protecting our small businesses, keeping costs down for them, keeping costs down for our renters. So we're providing housing, but that wasn't used as a negative argument in the test. And I think that, to me, is the biggest argument that we're going to see when this is, should this be put on a ballot, that it's actually going to increase the cost of housing. It's going to increase the cost of renting those units for small businesses that we want to come into the city. And we heard tonight that there's no guarantee that those costs don't get passed on to the renters, whether they be residential or commercial renters. So I would be more open to this should we do more research on how we can guarantee that these costs don't get passed on. If the idea is that this is supposed to be a disincentive for vacancy, I don't want it to ultimately become a penalty for renters of any type. And right now we don't have that guarantee. So I would be open to seeing further study and hearing more information, but based on what is presented to us tonight, I will be voting no. Thank you.
I'm going to give Mayor Pro Tem a chance to speak.
Thank you. I have a suggestion, and my suggestion, given the numbers aren't awful, and we know this vacancy tax, if we just, I'm very interested in the commercial vacancy tax, I'm going to be honest. The residential one, I need to see more, but overall, I think that I would like this to be a win, and I do agree with Steve that more time could give us a better chance for this to win at the ballot. And I think my suggestion is that we direct staff to monitor what San Francisco has done, because that's the one I was leaning towards staff's recommendation, and to see what the effects are, and really, especially with the residential, the cost in San Francisco, Ellis Act potential or non, and the commercial vacancies, and see how San Francisco is doing, how this, since they've passed it. I keep looking at John Leonard as if he's sitting right here next to me, but he's on a Zoom. That's what I'm looking at John down here. To monitor and really study and see if the effects in San Francisco are really the things we want, and come back to us perhaps early next year, mid-year, when staff feels like we have enough information to perhaps put it, take a vote and then put it on a June election for next year. That is my suggestion, or I guess maybe that's a motion. That's my motion right now, and Councilmember Horvath, that kind of gives you the research that you were hoping for.
We have a motion and a second. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I appreciate the forward-thinking approach in that way, but if I'm monitoring this June 7th midterm election turnout at 8%, I don't think that it would pass even then, personally. I mean, I understand this isn't a, yes, we're going to put it on the ballot in June. I know it's a wait and see, but I just think that given all of these unknowns, and I get what you're trying to do, at the moment, I just think that this isn't fully cooked, and I understand that I just don't know how it's going to get more fully cooked. So I don't know if I can support the motion personally, so I don't know if I necessarily, I really hear what my colleague, Councilmember D'Amico, was saying, because I think that there are certain things that we're trying to take out of this haystack to truly address really chronic issues that have been going on, but this type of taxation is not going to get there for, I think, a lot of the reasons that have been said by the public, but as well as outlined in the reports. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I also am very concerned about how landlords and other individuals might see this as a way, and I'm just talking residential at the moment, to get out of the rental game. And I am concerned about how residents are going to be treated and potentially lose their homes and create a bigger problem.
And that's what they're waiting to see. The research would give us data. We're not saying it's going to definitely be on the June. My motion isn't it's going to be on the June ballot. It's for staff to see what's happening in San Francisco and report back to us.
I would add,
Right now is June. By next June, it's a year. By mid-March, it's 10 months. That's a long time to see an effect of a policy that is already in San Francisco, correct? It's implemented? John Leonard?
John.
San Francisco,
Yes.
it was delayed a little bit due to COVID. San Francisco currently does not have a residential vacancy tax. That is, they are looking at that potential for this November ballot as well. But there are other cities that have a residential vacancy tax that we can follow and examine.
Yeah, I just want staff to come back to us by enough time that if we at the time, whoever is sitting up here decides that there's enough information, we could put it on a June ballot, and if there's not, it could get changed, voted on, and forwarded to November of the next year. But I think we need more information and more research before actually making a decision.
and if I can add
Yeah.
to that motion to say, in the meantime, let's look at alternatives. Because if taxing is not the way to go, then let's find some other way to incentivize or disincentivize, whatever it is, landlords to make sure that their properties are rented.
Great.
Then why don't we do that, though?
What,
That's,
excuse
I
me?
mean, I guess the issue is like, I all understand we want to take action now to do these things. I think it's important, and I think we're all in agreement that these things need to occur. So why not have staff come back to us with issues that we can do now?
Well, that's what we're going to do.
No, but like, what is, to Councilmember D'Amico's point, to what Councilmember Horvath said, to what I'm alluding to, is that we don't need to wait and see what other cities are going to do on this vacancy tax issue. I think, why don't we have staff come back to us? I'm saying I don't want the wait and see on the vacancy tax issue. I'm saying, why don't we take the second part of what Mayor Pro Tem just said, or you did, Mayor, right now.
Well, that's the point. Yes. In the meantime, we will look at alternatives to see if there is a way to either incentivize or disincentivize to get landlords, property owners to rent their units. If taxes are not the answer, if that disincentive is not the answer, then we need to find alternatives. So I'm not saying to wait till January, February, March to figure that out. That's what we need to do in the meantime as part of this motion. So I'm agreeing with you.
No. I know you're agreeing with me. I just don't know if I agree with the idea of a vacancy tax at all.
That's
so
fine. You don't have to agree.
No, and that's why I'm saying, as I see where you're trying to create consensus, but there's a part of your motion I don't think I can support, but I'm glad that you are looking forward thinking in that way.
Okay. Yes, can we please vote? Okay, motion passes 3-2. All
Mayor?
right, we're going to move on now to...
Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I quickly just restate the motion that was just passed?
Yes, the motion is for staff to monitor the results of the commercial vacancy taxes and residential vacancy taxes in the other cities that we know of, and come back to us with a first report by March of next year. And also, in the meantime, look at alternatives, alternative solutions to encourage commercial landlords to rent out their spaces, as well as residential landlords. And in addition to that, if there's any other solutions that we haven't tapped into to stop this Airbnb crisis that we have.
There you go.
Thank you. I had it. I just wanted to confirm.
Great. Okay, on to item 4C, Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board purview, makeup, and name, and establishment of an LGBTQ plus commission. Can we have staff?
Pro Tem and council members. This is Andy Lovano. I'm the Community and Legislative Affairs Manager, and I'm here with Yvonne Corker, the Director of Community Services, and Moya Marquez, who is the liaison to the TAB and LGAB. So I have a brief presentation, and I'll keep it quick. So the council has given 2 directives related to the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. The first is to begin a discussion with LGAB regarding the board's name, makeup, and purview to make it more inclusive of the LGBTQ plus community. And the second is to gather feedback from LGAB and TAB on the creation of a new commission representing the entire LGBTQ plus community. Regarding the LGAB name and purview, the board met several times to discuss updating the name, makeup, and purview to be more inclusive. LGAB recommended a new name for the board, the LGBTQ plus Advisory Board. They also recommended the board be made up of 9 members rather than the current 10. 5 of the board members would be direct council appointees, and the other 4 would be at-large appointees selected by the 5 direct appointees. LGAB also recommended the board have diversity across gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation without having a majority of any gender, sex, sexual orientation, ethnicity, or race. LGAB's recommended purview is included as attachment A to the staff report. Staff brought the discussion regarding an LGBTQ plus commission to TAB and LGAB for their feedback. Both boards thought the mission and focus of TAB was uniquely important and should remain in its own advisory board. LGAB recommended the creation of an LGBTQ plus commission using the same purview, makeup, and name as previously approved by the LGBTQ plus, as previously approved for the LGBTQ plus advisory board. So tonight we would like to ask for further direction from council regarding how you would like staff to move forward with these directions. Based on your direction, staff will come back with a proposed resolution or draft ordinance to update the city's municipal code. Specifically, staff is looking for further direction on whether or not you would like the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board to become a commission, if you support changing the name of the appointed body to the LGBTQ plus Advisory Board or Commission, feedback on the expanded purview recommended by LGAB and provided as attachment A, and staff's recommended edits included in the staff report, and direction on the makeup of the advisory board or commission, specifically the number of members, the way the appointments are made, and the proposed inclusive language. And that's it. We're here for any questions or to provide further information.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I have a quick question of this city attorney. Lauren, can you, state the difference between the commissions and boards in terms of legal purview and from your perspective?
Yes, most of the commissions have a specific decision-making authority. They have some type of subject matter jurisdiction that is within their purview. They're created by ordinance, and there are specific requirements in the code about the commission, and then the advisory boards are a little bit more advisory to the city council. They take over a specific subject area and review and provide policy recommendations to the city council, but don't typically have any type of decision-making authority or permit issuance authority, or don't hold quasi-judicial hearings. They're advisory in nature. And they're created by resolution, not by ordinance.
Thank you. Are there any questions before I go to public comment? Do we have any public who wish to comment?
I have one speaker on Zoom.
Okay.
Jackie Steele, if you would please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you, and good evening. Jackie Steele here, the co-chair, or current co-chair of the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. First, super quick, just a congratulations to all who made Pride such a success. To the JGLA team, thanks especially for providing space for us to properly honor Urvashi Vad, and all city staff, Megan, Cleo, Carrie. So much work was done, and so much help was offered. Huge thanks to Dee, Leslie, David Junie, and Moya especially, who are just fantastic. Quick shout out to the Women's Freedom Festival and Cherry Von Weho for successful events, and Myrna Beach for leading an incredible Dyke March this year. For this item, I'm in support of the commission, but mostly I'm in support of inclusivity. That is, I think, the biggest thing that I just wanted to stress. As you can see from the staff research, all the commissions listed for reference are LGBTQ, and it is overdue for this progressive city to move into a new era on this. I have 2 quick notes I just wanted to get to. One, I think some wording got left out in the translation here. We didn't want an overwhelming majority of anything, right? So we know that majority is loose and it's broad and it can be difficult to reach these things. What we didn't want to be in an overwhelming majority situation, right? An overwhelming majority of cis white gay men, an overwhelming majority of any intersectionality. And that, I think the wording is important, and it must state that they identify as LGBTQ. This is meant to be a queer board. It would be irresponsible and potentially dangerous to allow a, quote, ally on this board. And please remember that just because you wouldn't doesn't mean we know what future council would do, or however anyone else would present in this space. So we need these measures in place to ensure that this remains LGBTQ plus safe and specific. I'll likely be terming out before this comes to fruition, but I think it matters for community, so I want to stress it. And then 2, even if council moves to commission, which I support again, during the transition period, please name the board as a work in progress LGBTQ plus advisory board. Many of us have been waiting years and years and decades for inclusivity and acceptance on this board. I'm the first bi member, and that was a very big deal, but there's a lot of other folks who haven't had that opportunity. So please hold a working place LGBTQ advisory board name.
Thank you, Jackie.
I think that's all I have time for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin.
Okay.
So I think I brought this item forward to collapse at one point the TAB and the LGAB, and then some further discussion, and I think it skipped a meeting, and then we passed this to sort of take this back to the LGAB and have them do exactly what they did and come back with some recommendations. I think it would be my suggestion that we do name this a commission and we look closely at how this board can be more integrated into financial decisions made on services that are provided to LGBTQ plus people in our city, including Pride. Our new Pride celebration, have some of those updates and recommendations flow through and from this newly formed commission would be my recommendation. And the only thing in the staff report that I find I wasn't sure about, and I would like to hear what my colleagues think, which is that you know, this potentially newly formed commission, I think the members should be chosen by the city council. I understand that there's a desire to have members selected and recommended by the LGBTQ plus commission, but if 4 names came forward and only 3 got passed, there would be an explosion that wouldn't necessarily be, something that would take everyone's mind off of the work we hope to have them do. So I think it is the job of council members to choose board and commission members, and whether that number is 9 or 7 or whatever, 14, 10, whatever it is, I think the city council should choose those members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. So my suggestion, after reading the staff report, seeing that there really isn't a specific focus, that there still wants to be involvement in all different aspects of LGBTQ, I would suggest that this remain a board, especially since there's also a desire to keep 9 members. I think that we shouldn't be setting a precedent for commissions to start increasing the size of the boards. So I would suggest that the name LGBTQ plus, if that's what LGAB has chosen, is fine, is great, is inclusive. But I would consider letting it remain a board with 9 members. And as Councilmember D'Amico said, it's council's responsibility to appoint members, both our own appointees and at large. That's one of the reasons we're elected. And I would suggest that we continue to do that. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't think that members should choose members sitting on the board. I agree that this is City Council's job to do appointments. I'm, as far as 7 versus 9, I don't, if LGAB proposed 9, I'm fine with that. If we decide 7, I'm fine with that. I think we did vote to create a commission, and I like the idea of having LGAB, or the LGBTQ commission. I like the idea of having them be more involved in decision-making for Pride as a commission, as well as other contracts having to do with the LGBTQ community. I think there is actually a need for that. I think that this advisory board has a lot of very, very talented people that are shackled. Their talent is shackled because it is a board. And so by being a commission, they will be able to actually do more and have more freedom to make the important decisions that this point in time we need for this community. I do agree that the language needs in the staff, whatever we can do legally to make sure that the members of this commission are part of the LGBTQ plus community, which does not include straight allies. As far as the LGAB advisory board, I do want to make sure, because I have a feeling this commission, if we vote on creating this tonight, will not come on board probably till next year, given reappointments and such. So I want to make sure that we do vote tonight to at least change the name of LGAB to the LGBTQ plus advisory board as until the commission comes online. So that's where I am. And if we need to make the purview a little tighter to add specific language that Councilmember D'Amico suggested, we could do that so it's not so broad. But I think that is important.
Councilmember Horvath.
So I more agree with Mayor Meister on this. I think that the name change makes sense. I think standardizing the numbers makes sense. The appointments should be made by City Council. That is our authority. And if we want to change the authority of a board, we can do that. But they don't, currently, I don't hear proposed a specific policy purview. If we wanted to create a Pride Commission that focused on Pride festivities, that makes sense to me. But if we're just saying that the representative body that we have in the city should have a voice in contracts, in health, we have human services contracts and representatives there that evaluate that, who look at those issues of diversity and equity. We can include the LGAB or LGBTQ plus board, whatever we want to call it, in that approval process. But if they're going to be involved in all of the decisions, it's not a specific policy set. It's a purview that's similar to all of the other advisory boards. And I don't know why we would be treating LGBTQ plus people differently than women, than seniors, than the disabled, when we're talking about how we are inclusive in policies. From a practical standpoint, also, advisory boards are opportunities to get more and diverse opinions and people involved in city government, and it's often a place where people enter into the city system. So there are different requirements. So, whereas if you serve on the Public Safety Commission, you have to be a resident of West Hollywood, or if you serve on transportation, live, or work, advisory boards can share a common interest. So there are people who don't live in the city but are very much involved in the community and involved specifically on these issues and have issue expertise and constituency expertise that we benefit from having them represented on the board, that we would lose if we limited it only to people who live or work in West Hollywood, on these issues. So I think that if the issue is that the board isn't seeing enough opportunity to have a voice, then let's make sure that the decisions that are coming to this body, which ultimately passes, and that's passes the policies, and that's why we're elected. We appoint these, each of our appointed officials to help advise us on these issues. But I think that ultimately the buck stops with City Council, and I think that that all of our advisory boards are valuable. If they're feeling hamstrung in some way, then let's help alleviate that. But if they're not going to be policy specifically focused, I don't think that's the purview of a commission. That's more a board and being focused on a particular constituency in the city.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank the LGAB and the TAB for their hard work on this. I know that they worked very diligently, and thank you, Jackie. I guess, it's such an interesting perspective because both Mayor Pro Tem and I served on this commission. That's where we met each other. And I actually staffed this commission board. I'm sorry, I'm maybe getting ahead of myself. I actually staffed this board for a number of years when I worked at City Hall, and this was always kind of like the unspoken, like, don't touch it, third rail. Like, just leave it as it is. Of course there's problems. They're kind of wandering around. There's nothing for them to do because the majority of the council is LGBTQ, and how does that board advise a council that I would hope is already hip to the issue of what's going on in the LGBTQ world? And for a long time, and this is actually where I met Jackie ages ago, is when bi and gender nonconforming and poly community members came to the board and really demanded a presence and a space. And it really started Bisexual Visibility and Awareness Day and all of the work that we've been doing. And I think this is also then to Councilmember Horvath's point of, well, where do our advisory boards stand now in 2022? Where do our commissions even maybe stand in 2022? And I think that the issue is I think they actually all need a 2.0. I think that you are completely correct. And how would we single out this commission for these issues when women also are LGBTQ or seniors or disabled individuals? Our Transportation Commission, our Public Safety Commission, I think those bodies have very specific agendas. And so I look at what we could do for the LGBTQ plus advisory board and or commission where we're going. And I think while we're there, I also think that this has also presented us with the work that we might not want to actually address or maybe touch at the moment, with actually saying, well, we have a lot of advisory boards and commissions. Are they all still doing the role that they were originally supposed to do when they were originally intended? And I don't know the answer to that question. I know that the LGAB, when I served on it, we struggled, and there was nothing for us to quote unquote do. And to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, there's a lot of talent on all this. There's a lot of talent on every board and commission. Let's just be very clear. But that's the point where now I just don't want to put them in a role then where they take away a role of someone else or another board. And so I'm trying to figure out what that makeup is. And I think we need to also look and consider giving long-term direction to the city clerk's office, legislative and community affairs, to really, the word audit doesn't fit this, but we really do need to audit the makeup and purview of every board and commission outside of the quasi-judicial ones that most cities really have, because West Hollywood does stand very uniquely alone at the forefront of all these things. And then we have task forces, we might have we have blue ribbon panels, all the things. And so, because it doesn't mean we don't want people working in silos, but I do feel like we're creating work for work's sake. And sometimes that work then gets farmed off to staff. For a long time when I was on, when I worked at City Hall, our advisory boards were event boards. They did a lot of events, and they did it, but they implemented policy through those events. And then they started getting into the more legislative cycles and what they were doing there. But what do we do, and how do we give them the right ample amount of room to grow in that advisory board role, but then with specific purpose, maybe in the commission role? So I'm happy with looking at changing the name. I do believe it's long overdue that we update the name tonight. I think if it is to go to a commission, I've always believed 10 was way too much for staff, just as a former staff person who staffed this board. I think 7 is actually appropriate. I think we have to be those individuals that do it. But I also think to have 7 people on the board shows that this is a really serious board and or commission. This isn't something anymore that's just going to be doing very specific, when you staff these boards and commissions, what months you're going to be very busy and what stuff you're going to be doing. And so I think that what we need to do, and I'm happy to go down this item on page 5, is I want to make this a commission, but I do agree with Councilmember Horvath with what is that role, or what are we trying to do with that role. And so I'm not there yet, but I could get there to make sure, because I want to make sure that we're setting everyone up for success. I'm 50-50 there. I do think the name needs to change. I'm happy with whatever general consensus, LGBTQ advisory board or LGBTQ plus commission. Purview I just spoke about. I believe it should be 7 members. Specifically, make up us. In number 6, inclusion is fine. I think I hit all of the points, Mayor, but I don't know. I think we also need to give direction to the city clerk to come back to us with how our other boards and commissions need to be updated and or relooked at in a way, because we hear it from the senior advisory board when they feel like they're not listened to. And I'm just going to go on the soapbox because I did staff these boards for quite some time, and I hear these things from people. The SAB doesn't feel like they're listened to or that they're useful. We hear about the kitchen not being in the new ARC building, right? And that's the one thing that I hear about from my people, or the DAB, or all of these things. And I am worried that if we start with the LGAB, we would be derelict of our duty to not continue that conversation with those other individuals.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, I would say at this time, let's keep this a board with 9 members. Let's rename the board tonight LGBTQ plus Advisory Board. We still work the same way of appointing 5 each of our own appointees plus 4 at large that the council appoints. And then we also separately add a direction to staff to do an analysis of our commissions and boards, look at purviews, look at what we put as the purviews, are they happening as they were intended to happen? And then when they're ready with that, they can come back with that, and we can talk again about whether this needs to be a commission. But I do believe that if it's a commission, it should be like other commissions with a very strict purview and 7 members. So anyway, that's my motion. Do I have a second?
I will second it, Mayor.
Oh, there it is.
Or Councilmember Horvath beat me to it.
I'm just going to speak against the motion and say that we already voted to make a commission, and they did the work and came up with the name, and we had in the staff report that was not included here but generated this effort, there were a list of items for the LGAB, current LGAB, to take up as a commission, and I can't support this because I think part of the reconciliation with this board after many years of, as John said, them wandering in the wilderness, is that we acknowledge that it either doesn't need to exist because all it does is waste everybody's time, or that it does need to exist and they need to be integrated into actual decision making for what this city does and how we spend our money, but also our time. And so it may be that this passes and it may be that eventually it becomes a commission, but I think we are taking a step back because we already voted to make a commission.
I have a question.
Councilmember Erickson?
Sorry. To Councilmember D'Amico's point, yes, and I am now remembering that staff report that would it be possible of the motion maker and seconder, which is Councilmember Horvath, to table this to come back to the next meeting with that addition and the purview laid out in that way for us to look at it then? Or I'm just trying to, because I do understand what he's saying, and I don't want people wandering around, but I do want to take action in some way, shape, or form.
I thought that when this came back to us last time, part of the discussion was we're going to send this back to LGAB, and they will make the decision, will it be an advisory board, will it be a commission, will TAB be dissolved, or will it remain as a separate advisory board? And from what I read in the staff report, LGAB was not necessarily gung-ho on being a commission, and so I honestly, I don't know that that's really I think that could be the goal, but I don't think it's ready yet for prime time. That's just my personal opinion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, if I can just say, I do want us to vote on changing the name of the advisory board for sure tonight,
Yes.
not at the next meeting. It's been a delay long enough, so at least if we could vote on that. And then if we want a tightened up purview for a commission, I think it does need to get tightened up, and maybe that comes back to us and we can make that decision there. Because I think the issue with the purview is that it's a little broad the way it's presented, so maybe we needed it tightened up a little bit. That's what I'm hearing, but I do want us to vote at least on changing the name.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath? Oh, no? Councilmember D'Amico?
So I found the staff report, and what we voted on in part was this particular section, which says the creation of a new LGBTQIA plus commission would allow that the body to have a specific purview and more authority to implement items that are important to the LGBTQIA community and provide additional meaningful policy and funding recommendations. And an important part of this item is the development of the purview items, including reviewing RFP responses and providing funding recommendations related to the LGBTQIA-related city grants and services contracts. Develop a set of standards for outreach to the LGBTQIA businesses for city contracts, providing insight and contract recommendations regarding the city's annual Pride activities. Discuss and take positions on LGBTQIA policy at the local, state, and federal level, and continue to oversee the Rainbow Key Awards and other important city-sponsored events. So there was, in fact, a purview that we voted on that they were supposed to review. Not sure if that happened, but I think that sending it back to return this with this staff report, I suppose we could do that too. But
Can I make a suggestion then? That this evening we change the name to LGBTQ plus Advisory Board, that we do go back to LGAB, or our new LGBTQ plus Advisory Board, and present the possibility of a commission with this very specific purview and 7 members, and the knowledge that they are not going to be appointing the at-large members. I do think that it needs to remain 7, like every other commission that we have.
Mayor?
Yes?
I just want to say that staff would need to come back with a resolution to officially change the name.
Okay. But you could do that at the next meeting,
Yes.
though.
Yeah.
And
I
then
just
whenever
wanted
when we have the other, we can discuss that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only reason was because I am being texted by members of the board. They did vote on all of what John actually said unanimously. And so they did vote on purview, commission. They're saying different things than what might be presented in our staff report, of course, but that's okay. It seems to be, based on my phone, which I'm trying to go around, a pretty unanimous and enthusiastic decision to be the commission. So I'm just stating that for the record, because I don't want to misconvey what they discussed. I was not at those meetings, but I just want that out there.
Okay, but they did have other wishes that we are not agreeing with necessarily.
I guess I'd like to make a substitute motion that we create an LGBTQ plus commission with the purview listed in this staff report, and the staff come back with a resolution at the next meeting to make that a permanent part of our city business.
I will second it. And are you including the 7 members and us appointing and all that stuff? Or?
Yes, with 7, just like a regular commission with 7 members that we appoint, 5 direct appoint and 2 at large.
Great.
So for
That we choose.
a commission, we'd have to come back with an ordinance because we're changing the municipal code. Okay.
Thank goodness there's an actual bureaucrat here.
I'm sorry. It's just,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a question. So with this substitute motion, are you saying that it's just going to turn into a commission right away, or once we pass the ordinance?
As soon as we pass the ordinance.
As soon as we pass the ordinance.
Yes, and that can be, the first reading would be next meeting, that it can be put on the agenda, if I understand how ordinances work, and then the second reading, it becomes.
And that would dissolve the advisory board right away, and we do applications,
if that's
everything.
the council's direction, rather than waiting until February when we do all of the reappointments.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
And what is the purview of this commission?
Everything that was in the staff report.
To review RFP responses and provide funding recommendations related to LGBTQIA-related city grants and services contracts, develop a set of standards for outreach to LGBTQIA businesses for city contracts, providing insight and contract recommendations regarding the city's annual Pride activities, discuss and take positions on LGBTQIA policy at the local, state, and federal level, and continue to oversee the Rainbow Key Awards and other important city-sponsored events.
So
There's a further paragraph that said, with this in mind, the Transgender Advisory Board should remain as an advisory board, and during conversations about the commission, there should be discussions related to having dedicated seats on the LGBTQIA commission representing the transgender community and, by extension, the gender nonconforming members of the community.
And so we're fine with people who are appointed to the current Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board determining that the Transgender Advisory Board keep their status so long as they are elevated to a different purview and a different kind of body. I think we are treating people inequitably. I think that the purview that is outlined is duplicative of existing responsibilities, whether it be Business License Commission, whether it be Human Services Commission. There's no reason that all of those duties cannot be fulfilled by an advisory board by providing their advice to on what contracts are, and have us allow for the makeup to be more expansive than what commissions provide. But I'm clear that I'm probably in the minority on this vote. I just think that we're making a change that doesn't make sense for our city organization.
Go ahead.
I will say that the tab actually was consulted, and they wanted to remain with the full understanding that a commission would be created. So they do not feel that there's inequity. I understand your other concerns, but I actually do support this motion as well.
And then I'll second it.
Mayor, Yvonne and Andy would like to provide a little comment.
Okay, that would be
Go
good.
ahead, Yvonne.
See if the council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to see if the council was amenable to, if it's the will of the council that we go ahead and change the board to a commission. Two things. One, maybe we could work with the city attorney to sort of tighten up the purview a little bit before it comes back for the first reading of an ordinance. But that because we are changing the purview and what people were appointed to, that maybe we do wait until the reappointment and new appointment process to have it begin, so that there's time. There's time for us to get the purview together. There's time for people to find out that it actually is a new commission. There's time for people to submit an application, for there to be interviews and that sort of thing, to create the commission, instead of sort of just flipping the switch and having it start right away. I think we need some time to discuss the purview and make sure that it's agreeable to council as well as the city attorney.
And the change.
Thank you. I'd also like to just jump in and say that the LGAB did vote on a purview. It was the purview that was included as an attachment in the staff report on tonight's agenda. It was not the purview that was included in the previous commission item that council brought forward. So I would support what Yvonne just said, and also make a recommendation that as staff develops an ordinance for this new commission, we could bring it to the LGBTQ plus advisory board for their input before we bring that back to council if we have some more time.
I think that's kind of close to what I
think I'm willing to amend my motion to start this commission, and in the meantime rename the board with a resolution and start the commission with an ordinance, and so that way at the next meeting we have renamed the board, and we would put the first reading of the commission ordinance on the same agenda.
But that's not, is that what you're saying, Yvonne?
Partially, that we could definitely work towards changing the board to a commission. I'd like to have a little bit more time to do that as far as the ordinance is related, and to not bring that back to the next meeting, but definitely bring the resolution to change the LGBTQ advisory board, to change that name, so that that's done now. But have a little bit more time to work with the city attorney and look at the purview that the board that we have now wanted, the purview that staff tried to tweak a little bit, and the purview that was listed in the original staff report that you brought forth, to give us a little bit more time to do that, but not appoint the commission until we do the new appointments in February, to give us time.
Yes, I think that was understood by me. That
Okay, perfect.
But
Okay,
yeah.
so the motion then is first to bring back a resolution to change the name of the advisory board to the LGBTQ plus advisory board. And that over the next few months, well, Yvonne is saying that she needs.
Mayor, if you don't want to vote for the ordinance change, that would be appropriate. But I think what's important is to make it clear that this is something the city, at least some member of the city council, want to do. And, we want to get this. I would like to see this in place. And I know as things sort of wander out, they sometimes wander away. That's why I think in 30 or 45 days, by the second meeting in July, we should be able to meet with the LGAB and have a fairly good idea about what this commission's purview could be.
Can I understand why we will continue to have advisory boards then? Why wouldn't we just make everything a commission?
Well, that might be a different staff item.
Right, but since we're talking about it, I would like to know, because right now, I understand the difference between advisory boards and commissions, and with this change, I don't. And I think I think that we are creating inequitable circumstances, and you can say that the TAB voted to stay an advisory board. That's not the point. The point is we are asking a body that is currently tasked to be representative of a constituency to be empowered to take actions that we are not empowering the representatives of other constituencies to be able to do, and that is not fair. I think the advisory boards were created to represent constituencies that are underrepresented or have specific needs as underrepresented communities in the city, and I don't understand why we can't resolve this while keeping it an advisory board. There's some perception that I guess being an advisory board member isn't as important as a commissioner, but it's the distinction is about the work that you're doing, and if what you're doing is all going to be policy oriented. The Women's Advisory Board has a policy subcommittee that does this work. The LGAB could have the same kind of policy subcommittee doing that work as an advisory board. I'm clear that we want to make that there are 3 people who want to make a switch to a commission. I just don't know why we have advisory boards anymore and why we would single one out.
Well, so they do have a subcommittee to do policy recommendations, but the problem is that we as a council set forth the policy priorities that then they kind of don't really have a say in. And I will just say that as a former LGAB member and person who staffed these boards, you are right. I mean, that is a question that we need to address about what the point is, and that's too simplistic of a way to say it, because they do have a point to what you're saying, but there is an idea and a perception that advisory boards are more of a receive and file, whereas a commission, you actually have to listen to what they have to say. And I think the problem with the advisory board section right now, to your point, is that they feel like it's always receive and file and it's never going to change. So I think you are right where we need to address this long term. But that's not before us at the moment.
We have 2 former board members on our city council. I mean, that's evidence that the work that they do works, and that the work that advisory board members offer to the community is substantive enough that 40% of our city council actually came from that board. So I disagree fundamentally. I've made that clear, but I just want to understand going forward what the distinction is, and maybe the city attorney can help in whatever the drafting is that goes forward.
Already. If they want a commission, give them a commission. Maybe there's a reason why you don't want them to have a commission.
Okay. Thank you. So we are going to, I would just like to say one more thing. I know you think I don't want to vote on this, and I do want to support this, but I also hear Yvonne saying, first of all, changes in terms of appointments for a commission wouldn't happen until February. Is that right, Yvonne? All she's asking for is a little time to make sure that we could come up with a purview that everyone can agree on. What's in your staff report, what was in the staff's report, what is in what they recommend, what the LGAB members recommended. So maybe what I didn't make clear is, again, the resolution to change the name immediately, for the next meeting, with the intention of creating an LGBTQ plus commission with 7 members that are appointed by the city council with a very focused purview. And that would be what I would recommend. I'm not saying not to have the intention there with this motion. What I'm saying is I don't know that it can happen in 30 or 45 days when I believe the next meeting might be Rainbow Key Awards. That's in June, the end of June. I mean, so if we're talking about putting members in this commission in February, I would rather make sure that we have a purview that is very specific and focused, and that everyone can live with. That's my only point. So I would like to be able to support this. I would also like to be able to support our staff when they say we need a little bit more time. But they know our intention.
Why don't we say 60 days, and hopefully within a couple of months you can get it back to us. If it doesn't, then you'll bring it after that. But I think it's important that we continue to move this along. And yes, it starts in February, and we'll change the name.
Okay, so the resolution is to be brought back at the next meeting, then procedurally move on to get to the other place. Okay.
That works. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Yvonne
you.
and Andy and Moya.
Can we have a vote? We have a motion? Okay.
So
Okay, motion passes 4-1.
And just for the record, we were voting on the substitute motion by Councilmember.
That is
Kendall.
correct. Okay. We are going to move on now to item 5A. I believe this is our final item this evening. Coast Playhouse. Can we have staff's report? And if it can be sort of quick, that would be great.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is Rick Abramson, City Architect. I'm here with John Leonard, Director of Economic Development, and Garen Yalls, our Architectural Urban Designer, and Becca Eman from the Arts Division, Arts Manager, and Eva Angeloff from Arts Division as well. We've collaborated on an item before you tonight regarding the Coast Playhouse. So let me share my screen. Let's see. Okay, we're good to go. Yes. All right, so the city acquired the Coast Playhouse in 2017. After its acquisition, staff commissioned a study to rehabilitate the facility. Not surprisingly, the results came back with results that were the facility's in very poor condition. A number of aspects don't meet code. There's some environmental issues, some areas where it would be very costly to rehab it, and any sort of rehabilitation, because of the improvements that would be necessitated, would reduce the capacity of the current seating of 99 seats down to 70. So when staff had that information, we talked internally and looked at what it might make sense to forego the rehabilitation and actually build the structure anew that would better support the arts programming that's much needed in the community. So we looked to our bench contract. We had 4 pre-qualified firms. They all came up with an initial idea for a new facility. We looked at the pros and cons internally, narrowed it to 3, and asked them to do some additional refinements. They've come back with 3 very interesting approaches for a new facility, largely in the same footprint of the existing Coast Playhouse, but 3 very different ideas about how to go forward. One from Bar Architects, a second one from Grimshaw Architects, and a third vision from Perkins & Will. Each of these 3 had strengths and weaknesses. We've looked at potential costs to go forward, and in fact, to build a new facility would be substantially similar to what it would take to rehab the current facility. So tonight, staff is looking for some direction from the council about first whether they would like us to pursue moving forward with a new facility. Second, how we might go about selecting the team that would be moving forward. And then we also have an item on a potential budget cap, being mindful that we should be able to work within limits to deliver a new facility that doesn't get too beyond where we would hope. Also being mindful that the city does own the balance of the block across the street adjacent to the coast, and this new building, if it were constructed, would have to be part of a larger development over time. And so we're anxious to move forward. In the staff report, we did offer one potential way of selecting or providing guidance to council on the selection. It would be a design steering committee. However, we're very much open to some other alternatives or other thoughts, the way the council may desire to go. We do feel strongly that both the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission and the Public Facilities Commission should be represented as part of this discussion of the future facility. But we're open to other thoughts on how it's potentially constructed. I think formally a steering committee would take perhaps a little bit more time. And alternative C, which would be to establish more of a city manager advisory group, I think would be the quickest turnaround. I think all of staff feels very strongly that should the council desire to go forward, we would love to turn this around and be back to the council with a recommendation on a team within 90 days. So with that, I will be happy to answer questions along with my colleagues.
Do we have questions right now? Questions? No. Okay. Do we have any comments from the public?
I don't have anyone signed up to speak in Zoom.
No? Okay. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I'm comfortable with alternative C. I think that the public has been, waiting for this space for quite some time, and specifically as someone who when he would walk by there quite often to go to basics or wherever, and the potential that this could represent, I want to give this back to the community as soon as possible. And based on just the results that Rick has presented and what I see Rebecca and the team have been putting forth, I'm really pleased in this direction. I don't think a steering committee is needed, and that's why I'm here for option C, because I want this to happen as soon as possible for the community to start enjoying this benefit and liven up that center section.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Mayor Pro Tem?
First of all, I don't like alternative A because I think that picking and choosing which boards, and I think that's just going to create unnecessary issues. I thought alternative B is fine, but if there's a time issue and we want to get this done quicker, alternative C, I would say I could support B or C, but C only if we also add, I think it would be nice to have someone from the Planning Commission Design Purview Subcommittee as well, if it is alternative C, if we want to fast track it. But so I'm open to those options.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath?
I'm fine with alternative C from what I can see of it based on this Zoom. Yeah, I think time is of the essence. People have been waiting. We don't want this to continue to be something that people can't use. The reason we took it over was so people could use it.
Right. Councilmember D'Amico?
I would agree. I think we need to move into alternative C, and once we have something more substantial to share with the sort of larger public, then we can have some public input days. But I think the complication of showing 3 different options to a whole bunch of people, and those are 3 options, my professional experience speaking now, that are all unlikely to be what the final building looks like, that then you've created this sort of 3 that never turn into 1, versus having this smaller group really evaluate the high points of each option and the probable cost opinion for each option, and then make a decision. So I agree we should add someone from the Planning Commission.
Design review.
Design review.
Yep. So if possible, then we can make a motion to, well, first of all, to vote to replace the structure, not keep the old structure, to direct staff to put together a steering committee based on alternative C with the addition of 1 design review planning commissioner from the design review subcommittee, and then authorize the budget not to exceed $6.5 million, and I think that's it. And then I'm going to second it.
Return in 90 days or less.
Yeah. Yep. So there you go. We have a motion. We have a second. Okay. You have 5 votes. Go get them. All right. And now we are almost done. We don't have any more new business because it all got moved to consent, and no excluded consent, and we moved legislative to consent. So now we have public comments. Are there any public comments? Public to speak?
Yes, we have 2 speakers in the chambers, Mayor.
And I have 1 in Zoom.
Okay. Why don't we start with the ones in the chambers? I'm not seeing their names. Italy Brown?
I believe she left. Oh. Here, do you want to take Steve? And
Here they come. Italy Brown for public comment?
Okay, we can...
Let's go to the second one.
We'll do Steve Martin is next, and we'll come back to
Italy. Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. I want to say I really thought all of your comments when you were discussing with John Scholl from the joint liabilities with the sheriff, I thought you asked lots of good questions, had a lot of good insights. All I can say is that if we kind of want to overall look at the problem, let's shoot fewer people. Let's retaliate against fewer whistleblowers. Let's have fewer car chases. Let's get control over this sheriff. I didn't campaign for this sheriff. I didn't endorse this sheriff. Alex Villanueva was always a fraud. And I never got why anybody thought he was a progressive. He's always been a reactionary. I hate being right. on that particular issue. And I'm not right all the time, ask my husband. But, you know, tomorrow everybody has a chance to at least vote for somebody who's not Alex Villanueva. And ultimately, the way to bring these costs under control, because, you know, West Hollywood, Calabasas, Santa Clarita, we can absorb these higher costs. It's the smaller cities that really can't, where $500,000 may mean, well, or even $250,000 may mean they have 1 or 2 less deputies. So, you know, the best way to do this is to make the sheriff unelected and make it a department of the County Board of Supervisors and have a separate Department of Corrections and have real accountability. This is an archaic system that needs to stop. And I won't take up any more time because I know it's very late, but thank you. And I was just wanted to say I was very proud of your comments.
Thank you. Italy Brown, thank you for being so patient.
First of all, I'd like to say that this is going to take a few more minutes than 3 because I felt like I had safety concerns, so I literally have been on social media platforms on Twitter, adding people like Gina Viola, letting them know that once I told Madam Mayor that my car was parked in the garage, all of a sudden the elevator was out, and I don't know if, you know, LAUSD gangs were planning to usher me into a hallway or the staircase to get back up to my car on the 2nd floor, but I suddenly didn't feel safe and had to have people come here for my safety. I wanted to say, first of all, I don't, what's your name? Seppi Shine? How you say it? How you pronounce it?
Seppi Shine.
Seppi Shine. I don't know anything about you, but you guys all have like a street cred, whether you guys you know it or not, from the community. And community has it that I was asking about you in chat, and they said that you are our longest and standing ally. And I thought that was amazing. That was amazing. Give me 1 second to pull up my little note. Okay. To you, John D'Amico, I'm not sure if you got the memo, if you didn't get your news, but deviled eggs, I liked your little comment you made about the cracked eggs, cracking the eggs to make an omelet. In case you didn't get your news, the deviled eggs were actually taken off the menu for the Pride event. And the actual meal that we were preparing was like a soulful gumbo, like a goulash, if you will, of love. Basically, if you come from a place of love, compassion, understanding, and homage, then hop in the pot and it's all a celebration. I wanted to say, Pride, as you guys know, was a riot against the oppression and murder of people of color, people of color. So to contract in any way with LASD gangs in any capacity is irresponsible, inconsiderate, and reprehensible. And since we're talking LASD gang, aka LA Sheriff Department, to see them lead you guys' parade was so hurtful, given the fact that they literally use murder of Black and brown people and people of color in general as the initiation to their gangs. And sure, they're not all bad, but without the accountability of them for what they've done, to have them lead your event conveys the irrefutable fact that you stand in direct solidarity with them. Your paywall, as we're calling it, aka the play-to-play part of you guys' event, not only completely gentrified and priced out the lower working class that the Pride was initially started for, but it was absolutely heart-wrenching to record the stories of the 6 trans Black women that were ran off, displaced, and ran out of West Hollywood and out of the park that you guys used to set up the stage. In closing, I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that it was a Black trans woman that started the Pride movement, a Latina trans woman that started the gay movement. And we won because WeHo exists. We won. You guys are the keepers. You guys are the lovers of this community. So you guys have got to do better. In closing, just a couple more sentences. I lost my place, Black trans woman. We won because of the WeHo exists. So that you know, we are watching. We see the corruption, the diabolic incestuous relationships. We got the time today. We are here for it. We're here to expose it, shed light on it, and for your official record, we're here to stay. And we'll be at all you guys' events until the end of time, until you guys include the trans community into your spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, we have one speaker in Zoom.
Okay.
Jackie Steele, if you would please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you, and hello again. This is Jackie Steele. I just want to clarify a couple things about the conversation that happened a few moments ago. I'm so shocked and so disappointed. Number one, I want to clarify that the board absolutely had all of the information about what John D'Amico laid out, so thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. I, as chair, read out every inch of what was provided. These are publicly recorded, publicly noticed meetings. There is a recording of each of these things. And the thing that disturbs me the most is not questions, not talking about process or how we're going to get there, but quite frankly, the number of things we've rolled out this year without having a fully fleshed plan of how we were going to get there, I could certainly lay out for you all. But with this is a conversation about LGBTQ advancement. And so if there's a question of how are we going to get there, tightening up some wording, I thank you, Yvonne, for that. That's all fine and well. But to say, why do we have boards and commissions? Why even do this? Lindsay Horvath, I am so shocked. I am appalled. I am absolutely disgusted. Not just at that, your physical reaction, your physical, emotional reaction. This is an LGBTQ plus advancement conversation, and I will never understand for the life of me, and this is why when we accept allies, when the straightest voice in the room is the loudest voice in the room. You have never once, nor has Mayor Meister, ever reached out to me about anything that goes on in that board, although Mayor Meister has had conversations with me, and I appreciate that when I've reached out. Never once. You didn't even know that we had a policy subcommittee. And so yet you're talking about what this board can and can't do, does or doesn't do. You clearly don't know the work we've done or the roadblocks that we've hit, which I've documented pages upon pages for with staff, with council. It all exists and it's all on record. And the bottom line is, if you're going to be an ally, you do it by making sure you create space for people. And it's not enough to say, look, they eventually made it to council. We're doing it right now. We are no longer going to wait while straight allies tell us someday we're going to get there. There is no reason these people do not have the capacity, the intelligence to lead a commission. It is outrageous. We don't have budget transparency, which I have a whole file on. I'm, again, thrilled to share it. I've got pages of documentation of how we go against our transparency actions in the city. We have asked for budget updates. We have asked for complete monetary transparency for all the events that we've done. We have not received it. Time and time and time again, we are disregarded. And why isn't it WAD? Because queer women are women. So stop segregating us. When we had the nightlife safety conversation, do you know what happened? It was straight women. And do you know who they left out? Gay men. They left out our trans siblings. They were having an assault conversation and they said, this is a straight woman's issue. It's on record. That is on record. So that is who we have having conversations about nightlife safety for people who do not live in this city, who do not partake in nightlife, who don't know these bars, and don't know the queer experience. The queer voice is the ultimate voice. If we are going to be on national press talking about being a queer city, then we are damn well going to be queer, and we are going to have representation for our community. This isn't a notch. This is our home, and this is my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. Mayor, we have one additional speaker. Ms. Tiger, if you would please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I fully support LGAB becoming a commission for the various reasons that were stated by Councilmember Shine, Councilmember D'Amico, Councilmember Erickson, and current as well as former LGAB board members. What I heard Councilmember Horvath state was that LGAB shouldn't be given special treatment as a commission in comparison to other advisory boards. What I find sad about this statement is that it diminishes the relevance of our LGBTQ plus community in West Hollywood. The LGBTQ plus community is not just a marketing tool for the city's convenience, nor is it a convenience for economic advantages. Having an LGBTQ plus commission is long overdue. Councilmember Horvath not understanding the need for this commission is exemplary of why we are stagnant as a board. One final note, it was my recollection that the board voted unanimously for being a commission, and that the purview Councilmember D'Amico mentioned earlier was inclusive to the additional purview that was suggested and provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tiger. Do we have any more speakers?
I do not know.
Okay, do we have any council member comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember
I
Horvath.
appreciate the calls in, and thank you for reflecting back how my comments landed with you. I was not saying that I don't think we should have commissions or any sort of representative bodies. I was attempting to distinguish between or understand the distinguishing factors between commissions and advisory boards. So thank you for clarifying how you heard that, because that's not what I meant to say. I'm glad that we have representation. I want everyone to have access. I want everyone to have full participation. And if the distinction between commissions and advisory boards creates an inequity, then I want to eliminate that entirely. That was the point of my comment. I was also getting text messages from people who serve on that on the LGAB who agreed with me, and I think strong voices are hard to handle in the context of a meeting. And so I appreciate the calls that were made, and I'm happy to continue the conversation because I think we're actually closer to agreement than the votes would indicate, and perhaps it's just my technicality because I'm trying to understand the difference between boards and commissions as it relates to appointed bodies in the city. I was also shared a photo of the sheriff at the Pride Festival, and earlier tonight there was a comment made that the sheriff wasn't here at Pride, and it seems that there's evidence that he actually was. So I just want to make sure that we're knowing the truth of what happened, that just saying he wasn't here isn't helpful to gaining trust on all of these issues when we're talking about law enforcement, and making sure that we're actually hearing people and listening and doing active listening and engaging in these conversations, even when they're difficult, is very important to me. And so I just want to acknowledge that that was said and that people are sharing evidence of him being here. And I don't want to erase what their experience was. And finally, I didn't make these comments earlier, but on item 5F, I'm glad that we're trying to continue to improve our code of conduct for all of our elected and appointed officials. It was particularly frustrating to not be able to engage in a conversation about an agendized item when a YouTube video was circulated on social media about it, and it hamstrung those of us on the city council who didn't want to create a Brown Act violation. I know we'll have this conversation later this month, but I'm glad that we're codifying policy changes to make sure that we're creating a level playing field for everyone who's interested in engaging in the city and the policy making to be able to do so equitably, which was my intention in the previous conversation. Thank you again to the callers who called in to share how it landed with them. I hope you'll be open to continuing the conversation with me so we can talk about it. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, whether or not the sheriff was here or not, I share what Councilmember Horvath just said. I am seeing the photo. I do not believe this is a photo from this year. If I'm not, but I don't know. I mean, I'm going to drive by this location on my way home. But luckily that's our joy of living in the city of West Hollywood. To be very clear, Alex is a homophobe, he is a transphobe, and he is not fit to be sheriff, in my personal opinion. However, I do want to go now verify if this photo is actually from this current time, because I think the truth matters in how that is being reported.
Okay, and if that's all for our comments, the City Council will adjourn to an adjourned regular meeting, which will be on Monday, June 27th, 2022, at 6 p.m. at West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.